Hello, hello. How are you today? Sorry we canceled stream Monday. I wasn't feeling the best, and I also realized, oh no, I'm running out of time to get things ready for the Left 4 Dead 2 collab, so I should make sure that that's all ready, all well and good before I drag my friends into something that just doesn't work. So, got that done. That should all be ready. We should be all good, all perfect for Left 4 Dead 2. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. There's gonna be a map. One map that we're looking to make sure we get done. It's a long one. And it's a difficult map, too. It's an extremely difficult campaign. It's one that I did in college with some buddies. It took us an entire night to do. Like 3 hours straight of just playing Left 4 Dead 2. It was brutal. It was pretty fun, though. And I'm hoping we can get through it. So that'll be good. That'll be good. That will be good, probably. Anyway, we haven't played Katawa Shoujo in a little over a week since we've been playing it on Mondays, but you know it's not Monday right now. It's Wednesday, so that'll be interesting. I think if we're not gonna finish it today, we're gonna finish it next time. Methinks. And then after that, we can start Hanako route. And then I think after that, we're gonna do... I still don't know, actually. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm still not sold. Alright. I think I've wasted enough time. Let's get started with Katawa Shoujo. Catch you on the flip side. Alright. I didn't set up the right... What the heck? It was working a moment ago. There. Fixed. Yippee! Okay. Where were we? We were at, I think, literally the beginning of Lilly route. So we're gonna start there. Oh god, you have points. That's terrible news for me. Really, I should have done everything in my power to prevent you from getting points. Except that's not how that works. Alright, let's continue. Load. What was the last one we did? Oh, that's right, it's on the bottom. I keep forgetting. I keep expecting it to be up top, but no, it's literally it's always the last one on the bottom. Righty then. Let me get the music. Boop. There we go. I was like, something's not right. Something's not right. It was the music. I forgot I had it on. Oops. Oopsie whoopsies. Also, hi, Shadow. Welcome. I forgot to say hi. I need to do a better job at saying hi to my guests. It's not like I never entered. Oh, actually, wait a second. That's right. Last time we were on here, I didn't read the previous message. So
they ask why is Lilly, but never how is Lilly.
Lilly is, I don't know, let's ask Lilly when we next see her. There we go. So I stand unmoving in front of the door to the nurse's office for what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. It's not like I never entered the small beige room before, nor is it because of any feeling of childlike anxiety over the visit. Maybe it's because the nurse's office is akin to a confessional, an admission that my body is flawed. The knowledge that such a fact is kept entirely confidential between the nurse and me hardly lessens the feeling. Remembering that the bell to signal the end of lunch break will sound soon, I give a sigh and open the door. The burden will stay with me just this while longer. Well now, if it isn't Akai, good to see you. I haven't seen you like at all this playthrough. Or I guess it could be a bad thing. I guess, considering that I'm a nurse. He gives a small laugh to muse at his little joke. I find his humor lacking and somewhat off, but the fact that he can make light of such a situation is perhaps comforting, or at least distracting. His brief episode of entertainment over, he claps his hand together and gets down to business. I take a seat as he gestures for me to do so. I wish the classrooms had seats this comfortable. I can feel my mind wandering as my eyes quickly scan the room, distracted by all the small changes since I last came. Alrighty, so what brings you here? I haven't seen you often, so I assume your health's been good so far. Well, mostly. I see. His smile drops as I trail off. I feel slightly guilty about it. It's these moments where I can't rationally call myself normal that make me so reluctant to see the nurse. They're an admission that I'm different from everyone else. While I was on a trip during the long weekend, I had a few problems with my heart. He hums very seriously and nods as he does so, urging me to go on. I think it was as I was walking a fairly long distance. I think the right term for it is a heart flutter. I suddenly went weak at the knees and felt like I was having a small heart attack, but it passed in about half a minute. Even afterward, though, I felt pretty fatigued and nauseous. Not good at all. That was how many days ago exactly? Did you do anything unusual aside from exerting yourself before the episode? Were you taking your medication properly? The nurse switches from awkward jokester to serious health professional mode, rattling off questions, making notes, and calling up stuff on his computer. I tell him about my forgetting to take my pills that morning and the preceding evening. It was a stupid thing to do, but I can't change anything about it now except answer honestly and bite the bullet. His seriousness evolves into a frown, and the talk evolves into an instant checkup. I finish buttoning up my shirt and get No, I missed some Lilly, so I must bell. Well, the good news is you didn't actually miss any Lilly yet, because she hasn't shown up on screen at all. So you didn't miss anything. Welcome, Stern Cold, welcome. I finish buttoning up my shirt and again get motioned to take a seat in front of the nurse. Is this the first heart problem you've had since coming to Yamaku? I've had short pains.
Does Lily see the fish when the deed is done?
She doesn't see anything, dude. I've had short pains in my chest before, just a couple of times, but they were more discomfort than anything like this. He leans back in his chair, briefly resembling a white-coated pirate. I don't know what the hell that is, as he mulls over the mysterious case of the heart flutter. Moving his lips from side to side to show he's thinking, his non-existent mustache wiggling, he eventually comes to a conclusion. Well, you survived it. That's always on the plus side. I blink at this one, then notice the nurse is wearing his gotcha face. It's actually somewhat reassuring. I don't think he would crack jokes if things were really serious, so I keep silent and take my lumps. Hercules Poirot, a detective, if I recall correctly. Ah! Okay, I see it now. If only I was literate. I'll have a talk with your doctor, but right now I suspect it's simply due to physical exertion. Have you been keeping up with regular light exercise like I directed you to? Make sure to walk a reasonable amount every day. It's usually enough to work up a bit of a sweat. But then again, I'm not really as fit as I used to be. You see, unlike Lily. That one was actually no. I take that giggle back. That one was weak. That was a weak joke. You can do better than that. Come on, I believe in you. I'm encouraging you to be worse. That should be enough then. The main thing to keep in mind is to do regular low-stress exercise, not short bursts of sprinting and such. I understand. Since leaving the hospital, I've been a lot more focused on my studies, partly to take my mind off not being able to do more physical things. Light exercise like okay, fine, I'll give you that one. It's good to hear you're coping well. Sudden lifestyle changes can be hard at the best of times, so I'm pleased to hear that you sound like you have everything in order. Well, almost everything, that is. Nevertheless, I want to keep a close eye on you for a while, just for observation's sake. Just to make sure things aren't going downhill, you understand? Hard, like he sows fish with Lily. Every word is going to be another one with you, isn't it? That's something I really didn't want to hear. Since coming to Yamaku, all I've wanted to do is live life as normal as possible. Sao, I'm doing my exercise daily. Lily, hi, I'm exercise. Lily, no! Observation was one of the words I came to hate most during my hospital stay. For so long, I felt as if I could have just walked straight out of the hospital doors, if not for that observation the doctors wanted so dearly. Sure, should I come in more often? checks the calendar next to his computer, which seems to inflict on him a nasty case of furrowed brow. He spins back towards me after that. The summer holidays are a bit of a pain, considering the timing. I'll check with your doctor to try to get a better handle on the situation and see how he wants to proceed. But I think you should just take things slowly and carefully for now. What you're describing doesn't immediately sound like a recurring event, but it won't hurt to slow down a bit for a while, just to make sure. So what should I do for today? He looks over my shoulder at a clock hanging over the door. I'd never have noticed it if I hadn't followed his gaze. It's nearly time for school to be over, so you may as well just leave early. He gives me a sly wink, making sure that I understand he's doing me a favor. Well, there's his orders. Thanks. Lily, I can read you like a book. So, not at all? That's awful.
Yes, don't be too fast on Lily. Or any of them.
That's what I'm here for, after all. I know you might not want to hear this, but you can't ignore your condition. Don't hesitate to see me if you have any further problems, or if you just have anything you'd want to ask. Bye! He spins around and gets back to typing on the computer in front of him. I suppose I'll just read before waiting for Lily by the gate, considering I don't have much else to do. Even as I leave, his words echo in my mind. My condition isn't something as limiting as many of the others here in Yamaku, and I don't want to burden Lily with thinking about it. If I just live life normally and avoid any short, sharp shocks, I should be okay. I won't let my condition rule me. I want to ask how many times I can ask. Lily comes into view soon after the bells heralding the end of the school day ring out. She says farewell to a number of her classmates headed in the other direction before beginning her weekly trip to the convenience store. Afternoon, Lily. The immediate warm smile and relaxed demeanor she assumes upon noticing my presence are unexpectedly welcome. Hello, Isao. Good afternoon to you, too. She hesitates for a second, but eventually deigns to tilt her face toward me and close her eyes. My lips meet hers with a measure of slight trepidation before we move off, hand in hand. The fact that we're so close in height is somewhat useful at times, there being no need for either of us to turn our head upwards nor downwards in order to meet the others. It doesn't take much time to leave the noise of the other students far behind us. The tapping of Lily's cane in her free hand, the only sound to be heard. Hand-holding! Lewd! Hand-holding! Ah! That gets a horny bell ring! Silence. Blissful silence is all that greets us while we slowly walk in the setting sun's light. I think I'm coming to really like this town. The huge, green, hilly expanse, the trees everywhere, the somewhat rustic little buildings. So you've come to appreciate the tranquility of it as well? Does Lily have higher sensitivity because she is constantly touchy? Good question. So she's tall unlike someone else? Yes, unlike Angie. Angie is short. That's what you were going for, right? Mm-hmm. Definitely. I think so. I came from a metropolitan city near Tokyo, so the quiet of this town really alienated me when I first arrived. After a while, it became really nice though. I think I prefer it to the hustle and bustle of my home city now. While I preferred the quiet of such a rural town, even when I first arrived, I suppose I had the advantage of growing up in a quiet area before I came. Hanako said the surroundings are very pretty too. Lily may say such a thing quite easily, but each time she mentions how others describe sights around her as beautiful or pretty, I feel a little put off. I notice her expression becoming one of anticipation for some question or another. She always had a good sense for when somebody's not saying something that's on their mind, so I may as well speak up. I was kind of wondering, how to put this. Do you ever regret that you can't see what things look like for yourself? It's just something I've been thinking about. She thinks carefully
Lily
for a time.
wasn't quiet in the bed.
Do you ever regret that you can't hear people whispering on the other side of a room? I can only speak for myself, but the fact that I can't see is the only way I've experienced life. Just as I cannot do something you can't do something that I'm capable of. The fact that the world is made for those who are sighted can be a pain sometimes, but there are many, many people who suffer much more than I because of the way the world is. That does make sense, but still, it just feels kind of bad to describe something that you can't experience to you. She tilts her head quizzically, as if I just say something that makes very little sense at all. But I can experience it. You just said yourself that you like this area because of the way the surroundings are. I like this area for the very same reason. Thanks to the fact that this is a small rustic town surrounded by trees, it gives some peace and quiet away from the din at school and the bustle. Not to mention the smells of the city. I suppose it would also be much like the home she shared with Akira as well. Her outlook on it seems pretty sensible, and I'm not surprised that she's got a much better handle on her particular condition than I do on mine. Just like how her coming from a location somewhat similar to Yamaku's surroundings let her become more acclimated in a shorter time, being born blind affected her stance by her own admission. She clearly wasn't. She is best wife. I don't know, we haven't finished her route yet, I can't say for certain. I should stop being so annoyed with myself over it, but I can't shake the feeling that I've depended on Lilly far too much, given the circumstances most have had to deal with in Yamaku. That makes a lot of sense. You're pretty good at explaining, as always. Would Lilly manage to recognize Hisao by the heat feel of his... I mean, considering it's presumably the only one? Yes? For now? Shut up! Come to think of it, where is Hanako anyway? She was with us for lunch. It seems she's busy studying. The exams are far from over, and she said she wants to do better this year than the last. Well, I admire her work ethic. She's been really trying to give us a lot of room alone recently. Might not have been the only one since we... Shut up! And also... she's that type of person, I think. The kind that puts others' needs above her own at every chance. She's a sweet girl, even though so much has hurt her in the past. I don't know. I feel like it's only now, when she's less close to me than ever, that she's truly finding herself. It was thanks to you that she began to become more confident after all, not me. I take my hand from hers and gently place it on her head. Head patting? The important thing is that you were there for her. I can't even imagine what she'd be like without having found someone like you. That much became obvious while you were in Scotland. We're all still friends.
I feel like Hisao and Lilly have the need for a three, so Hanako should help them.
Shut up! Ay, ay, ay. Sheesh. We're all still friends, so we've just got to have faith in her. I think she'll become a good person, and that much is thanks to you being there for her when she most needed it, just as you were there for me. You better believe this. God damn it! Don't encourage him, J5276! He needs to be stopped. You can head pat her when she notices the sound. No! We're pure! We are pure! None of this degenerate shit! It makes me feel a bit childish when you sound so wise. Pure. Don't you quote pure me. Well, I try. Are you doing anything on the weekend, by any chance? Nothing that comes to mind. Why? And how about a date on Sunday? Maybe something to do besides exam prep. Countering my rapidly beating heart, she simply smiles and nods. Have you seen the idol the Vatican have now? Yes, I have seen it. It's actually kind of cute. I like it. There's a legendary Lilly XSL X Hanako fan art where he accidentally drew one too many. That's funny. Well, bad news? What do you mean bad news? What's bad news about the Vatican idol? Still on a Lilly route? What do you mean? Why do you phrase it like that? What do you mean still? This is already multiple. Oh yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, I'd be further along in Lilly route if you would all stop distracting me with your weird jokes, your creepy jokes. That would be lovely. Where would you like to go? Her face suddenly changes to one of disapproval. You can't do that, Isao. That's cheating. Do what? It's not creepy if you laugh along. Yeah, like that. A gentleman should never ask a lady where to have a date. Oh. Her smile quickly comes back, assuring me that she's far from serious. Don't worry about it. I'll think about where we could go. I'll leave it to you then. I promise to decide on the next date, though. With our plans for the weekend made, the rest of the walk down the hill continues in silence. This is second route, yeah, so it's kind of traditional to do Lilly's route last. You'll see why when you get to the end. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't know. We've just been going in order of how we want to do it, you know? But yeah, we started with Emmy. We started with Emmy, not even intentionally. She just kind of kidnapped me, and I got stuck down her route. It was a good route, though. I don't mind it. I don't mind that she stole us. The prospect of that lasting for any length of time, however, is shattered as I catch sight of a familiar figure waiting for us, her hand held high. Yo. You know it's kind of funny? I wasn't looking at the text when Akira showed up. I saw Akira slide in, and I just instinctively said, yo. And then sure enough, that's what she said. Perfect. 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 I've got Akira all figured out. Thank you. Please come again. Akira being Akira. Yep. The change in temperature as I step outside from the convenience store sends a chill up my spine. Feels like summer is starting to wind down. Most people get Emmy's route first because that go for it choice locks you into her route, and most people want the dingus Hisao to get healthy. That's exactly what I did. 100%. That is exactly what I did. I was like, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's get some help. Let's challenge her. And then, sure enough, lock down Emmy's route. Again, though, I'm not even mad I liked it. That was a good route. Looking to my side, the same feeling seems to affect Lilly as well. Though, unlike me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realize at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. If I had to describe her, I'd have to say that she reminds me of a China doll. Akira walks up behind her and gives a couple of hard pats on her shoulder, much to Lilly's consternation. So Emmy runs away with everybody's first route? Ha 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 ha! She sure did. She sure did to me, that is. For a moment, she looks as envious of my status as an only child as I am of their close relationship. They talk between themselves for a few moments as I sort out my bags. Their voice is too low for me to catch, but eventually they break off and we begin the walk back to school. Ah, it feels good to be out of that damned office. You kids don't know how good you have it here. Kids. You do, then. Kids grow up so fast nowadays. Do you have the activity community highlights? The what? The activity community highlights? Shame you didn't get to see the full scene in the shed. The game experience is not complete until you've experienced the lemons. I mean, in my search for thumbnail art for this game, I did get spoiled as to some of what happens. at least. And I do plan on going back and doing those scenes off stream. I was planning on doing a audio recording and then, like, you know, censoring it and then uploading it as members only, but I gotta make sure that the audio isn't too explicit first. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, you know? You're not old enough to say that. I don't know. Being around Hideaki makes me feel damned old. He's so precocious, he reminds me of you when you were younger. He's a nice boy. What a nice boy. It would be a shame if Shizune comes to have too much of an influence on him. Akira gives an amused snort at her sister's antipathy. She really doesn't seem to regard it as anything to make a serious fuss about, treating it more like a childhood spat. She looks over to me, apparently only just remembering that I'm here, and gives a small grin as she reaches towards her back pocket. What is it? Just a sec, let me dig it out. Lilly can have a bad influence on me. Stop, you! After quite some difficulty, she manages to retrieve her black leather wallet from her back pocket, quickly fishing out what looks to be a folded square of paper. There's apparently some new feature rolling out that lets you see most active / engaging subscribers. New feature? I've had that for a while, actually. If I'm thinking of what you're thinking of. It doesn't show up in, like, live streams or anything, but if I had in a YouTube studio, I can look down to... I think it's in well, I think I can only look at memberships, but... Oh, where is it? I can see it somewhere. I have some of that data somewhere. I don't remember where it is, though. But just believe me. You just have to believe me, and I know what you're talking about, I think. Emmy's H-Keys can be basically summed up as... I mean, I'm not going to read that because... Yeah, but yeah. I get it. I get it. I'm still gonna have to horny bell you for that one, and maybe bonk you a couple times, just for good measure, you know? I just got it, you know? With Lilly all but unaware of what's happening, Akira unfolds the scrap and hands it to me. An old photo of what looks to be a younger Lilly and Shizune operating a noodle stall, with some other girl in the background. She looks vaguely familiar, but I can't pinpoint why. That's not... No, it couldn't be. Right? The eyes aren't right. That can't be Misha, right? That's fair. I saw your schedule. Here's to hoping you get down for your co-op in Left 4 Dead 2. Oh, trust me, the map that we're gonna be doing, well, I say the map singular, we might do a couple. But the main map that we plan on doing is a really long one and pretty difficult one. I will probably, all of us are probably gonna die at some point during that campaign. Which maps? We're gonna do a modded map. You may have heard it, you can at least look it up if you want. But the main one we're gonna do is called Curse of Lazar Castle. Which difficulty? Normal. Just regular difficulty. Finally, best girl is seen. Glory to the Empress Shizune. I don't know. I've said that I've joked about it like, oh, I hate Shizune because she's been mean to Lilly and somewhat dismissive of like Emmy. But I don't actually hate her, and I'm kind of interested to do her out to see things from her perspective because normally she's just kind of a little judgmental of me and my taste in women. So I'm interested in doing Shizune's route. We're gonna do hers after Hanako, I think, though. Normal, damn. Trust me though, this map, Curse of the Lazar Castle, even on normal, is really hard, actually. At least your first time through it, especially with team members who have not gone through any of it. It's a long map. Again, it took me and my friends back in college like 3 hours to complete it. should do it on the highest difficulty. We will not make it past the first horde. I am not even joking if we do that. It's that hard. But you'll have to wait until Friday. You'll have to wait until Friday to see that. What is it, Akira? I think you know. Lilly mulls this over for a few moments before realization dawns on her. Akira, you really need it. It's fine, isn't it? Besides, it's like the only photo I have of you since you two entered Yamaku where you're not at each other's throats. Well, I know the girls you'd be playing with play FPS, right? I mean, I don't actually know about Hayami. She might not. I don't actually know. Toasty has played FPSs before, but not Left 4 Dead 2. She has not played Left 4 Dead 2 before, so this will be interesting. Ori has a skill issue. I look back down to the photo in my hand. It does seem strange to see Lilly and Shizune working together so diligently without any sign of animosity. If the photos of them during Yamaku's festival, that means it must have been taken 1 or 2 years ago. Enjoy your restart simulator. We'll see. In other words, the time when they were both in the Soon Council together. Who's the girl in the back? She looks kind of familiar. It is Misha! Aw. Huh, I knew you wouldn't recognize her. It's Misha before she went and dyed her hair pink. That's Misha? No way. It feels extremely strange to see Misha without her so very distinctive hairstyle. Judging from Akira's tone, she doesn't take favorably to Misha's idea of fashion. I suppose that fact just accentuates how odd the situation looks. To think they were so friendly in the past. I wish I could do something to mend their relationship. You're being so very quiet, Hisao. It just feels kind of strange to see you all so friendly like this. Lilly moves to say something, but stops herself. In the end, this isn't a matter for me. It's between Shizune and Lilly, and nobody else. Things change, unfortunately. I hand the photo back to Akira, who sighs as she folds it up and slides it back in her wallet. A little memory quietly hidden away, to be pulled out again sometime later. Yeah, that they do. Initially, I think Akira's reaction to be simply in response to the situation between Lilly and Shizune. But she looks oddly glum compared to what I'd expect. Lilly's expression is clouded as well. What's wrong? It's just that I'll be going to Scotland fairly soon. Old Misha would have been best, but nope, she had to dye her hair pink. I like pink hair, Misha. For a long moment, Akira looks surprised. It's an ill-fitting expression for her. After a glance at Lilly, she turns back to me as if she'd never done so.
Thanks Shadow Eclipse for being a part of the Hat Crew for 10 months. Now a word from our sponsor rating Lilly's Dungeon.
Shut up! Thanks for the 10 months. Yeah, in a couple of weeks I'll be leaving for Inverness to work at the company's headquarters. It's a pretty big jump in corporate position. And it's not a chance that's going to happen again, or it's going to come again. Sakira's going to leave Japan on what seems to be a permanent basis. I can't help feeling that my assumption that we could all happily while away our days having fun in this isolated little world is coming to an end. It's unsettling. I look at Lilly, mildly surprised that she hasn't told me such a thing despite usually being so forthcoming. She continues to walk with her face fixedly pointed ahead. I can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind.
Thanks Stern Cold for being a part of the Hat Crew for 11 months. It won't come again, unlike Hisao and Lilly.
You. Thanks for the 11 months. I can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind, which is discomforting given how it's usually easy for me to do both. It reminds me of the time when we met at the Shanghai, just before what could be called our first date. At the time, all I could do was comfort her without knowing the cause, and now feels no different. As we finally reach the school dormitories once again, there's a somewhat awkward silence. I don't think I'm the only one who feels it. See you tomorrow, Lily. Bye, Akira. Good night, Isao. See ya. And with that, they walk to the female dormitories. Opening the door to the male dormitories, I stop and look back at them just moments before their figures disappear behind the heavy wooden door. It was a strange moment when Akira said she was leaving. While that wasn't the first time when my thoughts regarding my new life have been called into question, it's perhaps the first time to do it quite so profoundly. I still don't know what to make of Akira's reaction, much less of Lily's. The night's chill reminds me to get back to my room before I catch something. My bag's pulling down on my arms with seemingly redoubled weight. If nothing else, I have a date with her set up for the weekend. I just need to stop overthinking stuff and get on with things as they are. The exams are still ongoing, after all, and with the trimester's end and the summer holidays beginning soon, they'll be planning to keep me busy for a while. Akira, best wing woman. Wing woman, yes. I was almost gonna correct you and be like, no, the nurse is, but he's the best wing man. So, I suppose they can have that honor, right? A date? Hisao and Lily have already made it? Oh, buddy. Yes. As I give a yawn and retreat inside, my thoughts turn to what Lily will decide to set as the location of our weekend rendezvous. No one got game like Pimp Daddy Nurse got game. Yes. He might have actually been like my favorite character in Emmy's route. Like aside from Emmy. I suppose there's not too much competition in that regard. I mean, there is Emmy's mom, which, you know. Anyway. I'm pretty sure this is about the last thing I had in mind when Lily said she'd decide where to have our date. No man nor woman is dressed in anything but their finest, their formality only matched by that of their surroundings. Rich red wallpaper adorns the walls as the city lights far below flicker and glow. Combined with the ambient hum of quiet speech and the high-pitched clattering of cutlery and wine glasses, the mood is very formal. Yet, relaxed enough for me to not feel too uptight, despite this being our first real date. Once we get seated, our waiter leaves to attend others with a quick bow, after an appreciative nod from Lily. Far from depending on my help, Lily's managed to navigate herself around surprisingly easily so far, despite the unfamiliar environment. A light brush here and there, and she's generally quite deft at orienting herself as needed. My eyes look to Lily's. Nurse X Emmy's mom is basically canon as per Emmy's route writer. Nice, my boy. Lily can read every vein on his cell like, oh my gosh. You all are sinners. That's what you are. My eyes look to Lily's. I can tell from her face that she's listening to her surroundings just as hard as I'm looking. Though, truth be told, my eyes are lingering on her each time they sweep across the room. The red, I don't know how to pronounce that word, she's wearing accentuates her figures very well and shows off her legs. Even her hair is done up, and the scent of perfume is just noticeable. Yeah, where the limb is Aww. God damn it. While my black suit may be a rental, I managed to select an appropriate one. It feels surprisingly comfortable considering I've so rarely worn one, and fits the setting just as well as Lily's attire. I guess this is a new experience for both of us then. She turns somewhat sheepish. I've never come to a place such as this before, no. One hell of a first date, that's for sure. It's gonna be pretty hard for me to top this. A small giggle. Even now, our nervousness is dissipating. Her hand skates along the center of the table until it touches the menu, which she takes in both hands and brings to her face. Hisao? As she lowers the beige laminated sheet just below her eyes, I can see another sheepish look. She can't read this. I doubt asking the waiter for a menu in Braille would be productive. I can read it out for you, no problem. I take mine and give it a quick read, my small grin faltering. Perhaps there is. What's wrong? There are quite a few items on here, and I'm not completely sure on how to pronounce a couple of them. You and me both, buddy! You and me both! Stop belling everything. I mean, I know why it's because Lily's on screen and you're obsessed, but you don't have to bell everything. One fine cuisine after another is listed. Most may be in Japanese, but a few are in English and French. I guess it's to be expected, but I have no idea what's in some of these. Man, Hisao's illiterate too. He's just like me, for real, for real. Oh,
is spotted dick on the menu?
Shut up. Hisao is like, what is lasagne? If I see the word lasagna show up, if I see the word lasagne show up, I'm gonna pronounce it like that. For at least the rest of the stream, okay? Just for you, just for you. Oh, this one I recognize. Wait, hang on. You can cook that? A small giggle of amusement comes from behind the paper sheet. Well, I could read them all out, but it'd take a few hours. Is there anything with some kind of fish in it? Let's see. Get the poisonous fugu fish. They prepare it wrong. They fucking kill both of us. No, 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 no. Aren't those poisonous? No, no, no. They eat that stuff? No, 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 no. Ah, here we go. A tuna salad seems to be a good bet. From the picture, it looks like it'd be pretty filling as well. Hisao's pour is showing, it sure is. Fugumi, Hisao, Fugumi good. That seems to be a reasonably safe option. Let's order two then. I'm pretty sure a couple of these dishes are for poisonous animals. I've had enough deadly run-ins for now. More like they already meated. Lily maintains a smile, but there's a distinct lack of laughter. Black humor mustn't be her cup of tea, though to be honest, I don't find it exceedingly funny either. There are certainly quite a few interesting smells wafting about. The same is true of the sights, I assume. I've never been anywhere quite like this. A fancy Japanese tea house on an occasion or two.
Does Lily know how to beat meat when she cooks?
Yeah, Lily, show me how you use that meat tenderizer. Shut up! But never anything this lavish nor European in styling. Before another word can be said, a portly waiter in a distressingly tight vest appears at our table to take our orders. Please, two. I hope I didn't mess up the pronunciation of that too badly. Even if I did, he doesn't show it. And may I have a glass of Chardonnay, please, Hisao? Oh, the same. As the waiter nods and leaves, I suddenly realize what I said by absent-mindedly mimicking Lily's answer. I regret it pretty quickly. Alcohol? Only a bit. This girl has an odd propensity on getting hooked on things, I swear. You gotta hold that son. Surprising that they didn't ask for identification. Then again, I guess we both do look more mature for our age. I'll have to take your word for it. I'll add that this isn't what I'd call the type of place to ask such things, though. Good point. We both relax a little into our seats, trying to take our minds off the choking formality of the surroundings. Lily getting crunk up in here. As soon as we do, the same waiter reappears at our table with two empty glasses and a bottle, the contents of which are quickly and professionally poured into the former. We both nod politely as he leaves, Lily taking her glass and gently moving it from side to side. The liquid inside glistens as it moves around in the glass, and I have to admit it makes me a little less regretful for ordering the same. I guess it must take effort to judge how the liquid inside is acting based only on its center of balance. Maybe it's like her origami, taking every little chance to practice her dexterity. I guess I'm not surprised that you know about a place like this. Those who have money would, I suppose. Lily's hand! It's just a hand! There isn't even any hand holding. What are you all getting so uppity about? Glass of Chateau Crunk 76, madame. Better art than conquer. This reminds me of just how completely different our upbringings were. In Yamaku, it's easy to forget about social and economic disparity between students all wearing the same uniforms, living in the same dormitories. Well, Akira was the one to tell me of it. She's come here before, apparently. So that's what they were conspiring about on Friday. And you chastise me for cheating? That's not cheating, it's simply making use of personal contacts. If you say so, still, I get the feeling that you're more familiar with this kind of restaurant than I am. She pauses a moment, a wistful look on her face, before softly smiling. The compliment seems to brighten her mood. You can thank my former school for that. If I were to appear any less, they'd be greatly disappointed. She has mentioned her previous schooling before, but now I'm kind of curious. She seems to think a lot about her past, so I don't see any problem in asking. What was that like? It was prestigious, all girls and Catholic. These facts made my parents choose it for me. Many wealthy families sent their daughters there. From how it sounds, life there must have been pretty strict. I wouldn't say it was a bad experience, but you're quite right. It was very strict. Thankfully, I managed to adapt well enough and make a number of friends. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for my sister. She found the atmosphere and religious aspects suffocating and ended up leaving for a job as soon as she was able to. Oh, Catholic boots Lily is clearly sinful. She gives a small, self-deprecating chuckle. I shouldn't complain about it, though. Not many have even the chance to go to such a school. Do you resent your parents for sending you there, then leaving? She gently shakes her head. My family is highly patriarchal. My father, business always on his mind, was entirely lost as to what to do with me. In the end, he made the decision that my education was of higher priority than staying with the family. He simply did what he thought was best. To say such things so easily, what an unbelievable girl. That said, I'm a little surprised she doesn't think her blindness played any part at all, though maybe I'm being too harsh on her family. You're too kind-hearted. You know that? Most would hate their parents for something like that. Well, some do. Oblivious to my raised eyebrow, she takes a sip from her glass. The wine slips down effortlessly, her fondness for it evidently helping her deal with the flavor of alcohol. I can't say the same goes for me. What of yourself? What was your schooling like? Mine? Let's see. It was a fairly normal public school, I suppose. Maybe a little bit busier than the norm. I did quite well in class and played in the soccer club. Since I'm an only child and my parents both worked a lot, I wasted most of my free time and money at the arcade and with my 3 friends. No matter how much I played, though, I never did manage to beat Mai at any of those machines. Even Takumi and Shin lost to her whenever they tried. Then I'd be left trying to be the responsible adult when Shin and Mai fought. Again. And just the 4 of us, aimlessly enjoying our childhood. Those were some pretty silly times. I catch myself as I realize that I'm starting to zone out. The days of my old school disappearing to the night sky and bright city lights outside the windows. Lily's face is an odd mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Given her strict schooling, I suppose something like this would seem an interesting contrast to the only life she's known. Hi, Orange. Hi, Puckington. Welcome, welcome. We are currently in the middle of a date. Do play nice. We're trying to woo. We're trying to woo Lily. Again.
Lily would make a great goalie, catching all those balls with her hands and face.
What are you talking about? Shut up! Plain it. Shut up! Ay, ay, ay. We are on a nice, calm, beautiful date. That's all. And you're all being horny out here? Jeez. How could you? That sounds like your previous school was a lot of fun. I'm not really sure how much of it is just nostalgia, but there are some nice memories. Correction, horny and classy. I guess that's true. That's in the past, though. I can't go back there now. But through my accident, I found a new life I'd never have imagined leading. The peace and calm of Yamaku, a new direction for my future in science, the friendship of Shizune, Misha, and Hanako, and most of all, you. Where's Emmy in this? He's forgotten all about her. He doesn't remember the life we used to have. She gives a deep, genuine smile as she moves her hands towards me, her fingers just lightly searching out my face before softly caressing my cheek. Her hand reluctantly retreats after a second of warm silence, as we notice the waiter arriving with our meals. Lily does a deft job of covering her condition, except for the fact that her nod to him is slightly misaligned due to his silence. She really seems to work hard at appearing as normal as possible in public. While I noticed it long ago, I still can't quite gauge whether it's a want to not be treated differently, a slight sense of vanity, or some mixture of both. The dish served lives up to the salad name, and the portion's pleasantly large. With sliced eggs and tomato, it looks very enticing indeed. Lily takes her knife in one hand and fork in the other, quickly getting to work on the dish as I do. It's later than when we usually have dinner, so we're both eager to dig in. My cautious skewering of leaves and vaguely meat-like squares with my fork is matched by Lily's silent and measured prodding and chewing. An occasional tap around the sides of a piece of the food to work out its edges is the only giveaway to her lack of sight. I'm done with my meal in little time, Lily taking the last few bites as I sit observing her. Finished, Isao? Yeah, it was pretty nice. That much is very true. I never thought a simple salad could be so tasty and filling, but then again, I suppose that's why it costs so much to eat here. Content with my appraisal and evidently agreeing, Lily gives a small nod. You know, given that you're part foreign, exotic looking, and quite pretty, I'm surprised that nobody's ever confessed to you before. Hasao, how do you even know? Did she say that in a previous? I don't remember. Okay, I was second guessing myself there. Ah, Lily was so beautiful. You're assuming nobody did. The simple statement takes me off guard. I shouldn't be surprised, given that I was complimenting her just moments before. Really? I've received several confessions, both in this school and my previous one. Adolescence is a funny time. She's kind of talking as if she's above it herself. Huh, how easily you say such a thing. Lily looks surprised for a moment before a playful smirk covers her face. Is that jealousy? What? No. No. You're a bad liar, Sao. You should take that into account. Then again, I do appreciate how sincere you are, even if you don't intend to be sometimes. I think your honesty will always serve you well when dealing with others. I clear my throat in mock disapproval of this whole business and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. To tell the truth, though, I do prefer solitude to being surrounded by others. I don't think I can maintain a social circle like you do. She contemplates this for a moment. I don't think that's true either. I've seen how gentle and caring you are around Hanako, and you get on marvelously well with others, even those whom you hardly know. I think you're quite adept at social situations. He never said he was bad at it. He just said he didn't like it. But on that note, what of your confessions, Sal? I'm sure someone like you must have had at least one admirer. Oh no, oh no. As I open my mouth to speak, I can feel my face turn slightly dour. At times like this, I secretly appreciate the fact that she can't see my expressions. Just one. Her name was Iwanako. It was when she confessed to me that I had my heart attack, there in the woods during winter. Lilly finds herself speechless, not expecting for the topic to move into such an area. My condition has always been something of a concern for her, something that I strive to minimize despite my body's best efforts to the contrary. Afterwards, she visited me for a while when I was in the hospital. For weeks she came in and talked. It was usually just small talk or classroom gossip, but that was enough. But eventually she just stopped coming. She was there every day, then every other day, then once a week, then finally one day she just stopped visiting entirely. Did you ever see her again? Wrapped in my own little world, I shake my head before remembering the futility of the gesture. Alright, safe state, but I think we're going to mention the letter. I see no reason to not tell her about the letter, right? The memory of that single letter Iwanako sent me comes back to my mind. I never saw her again, but after I was sent to Yamaku, she wrote me one letter. Lilly's face was an expression I know well. I've piqued her interest. I'd be slightly offended that it's simply a matter of curiosity for her, but she's never been very good at masking her reactions. In hindsight, it didn't really say much. What was going on in my own class, how she was faring, and almost as an afterthought, that it was probably best for the both of us that we didn't see each other again. After reading it, I ended up reassessing a lot of things I thought I'd managed to work out, for the most part. The letter reminded me that the world around me was still moving, and just how much I'd become isolated from it. And I guess it also reminded me of what I lost. She gives the information some thought before her face lights up in realization. No doubt that she's worked out that it was this letter which had contributed to my angst during that lunch on the rooftop. It's a rare sight to see Lilly quite so lost for words. Her entire persona is a little deflated from her earlier rapt interest. As charismatic as she is, in the end, that isn't any replacement for her life nor relationship experience. Perhaps it is better she sent it than not. How's that? It can be difficult to work out how best to communicate with those you haven't met in a long time. All the more so, considering your separate situations. Instead of doing what was easiest, she built up the courage to talk to you one last time. Not only for her sake, but, from how it sounds, for yours as well. Maybe. I don't hate her for it. Not that I really ever did, but I don't know. Probably a more non-committal answer than I should give, but it isn't without cause. I've never looked at the situation from Iwanako's perspective like that before. Seconds pass in silence before Lilly speaks again. Moving to Yamaku must have been hard for you, having your friends and even your girlfriend taken from you for no fault of your own. The worst of it passed while I was in the hospital. When all that surrounds you is 4 white walls and a small television, your mind takes on a life of its own. It's like my old school, I guess. I just try not to dwell on what's happened and keep thinking ahead. All that reminiscing does is get me down, and it's largely thanks to you that it feels like things are finally getting back on track. That's pleasing to hear, Hisao. She lowers her face slightly, her expression pensive. I guess I went too far and embarrassed her. Do it again. I suppose you went through something a bit like what I did when you entered Yamaku anyway, right? I imagine the vast majority of our school students did, after all. You said yourself that you made friends in your old school. I can't imagine many followed you. Lilly is so pretty. That's why you keep using the bell every single minute. Every single possible minute you can, you've rung that bell. You're trying to get that number up today, aren't you? Lilly's deep smile drops, her expression unexpectedly darkening. Even her hands retreat to her lap. Yes, Belle, maybe. After a long while, she speaks. Isao, can you promise not to tell anyone else what I'm about to... I promise. She looks slightly taken aback by my serious tone, but then relents and smiles weakly before continuing. When I moved to Yamaku, I did regret losing the friends I'd had at my other school. But there was one person whom I most regretted not seeing again. He was the reason I took up English as a future career. He? Considering she came from an all-girls school, that can't have been a schoolmate then. I rejected the confessions I'd received up until then for him. Every time I improved my English skills, his praise was my most treasured reward. It's funny, isn't it? Someone like me, able to boast about the people who have set eyes on me, liking someone so utterly unattainable as my tutor. It truly is the most ridiculous thing. Did you... She quickly shakes her head from side to side. I couldn't. Even then, I knew it was impossible. The silence reigns over both of us. This does seem to explain her ardent focus on her future in teaching English, but I can't help thinking of her confession to me. She lost him without ever letting her feelings be known. Did she somehow fear that would happen again, but with me? Listen to 3. Oh my god. You're tearing this family apart! I don't really know what to make of it. I've heard of such relationships before, taboos born of such things as puberty and youth. The fact that she had the good judgment not to act on it, though, is heartening. I know this must sound strange, but please don't think of me. Why would I think any less of you for that? To be honest, I think you must have been a very nice person if you liked him so much. Not only that, but you stopped yourself before going too far. For a moment, she looks somewhat lost. Most unexpectedly, though, it isn't a second before she starts to laugh. The sound takes me off guard. It's not a giggle, nor a restrained chuckle, but honest and genuine laughter. I find myself smiling, and not just at her display of relief and happiness, but for her to trust me enough to let me see this most private of secrets. Before I realize it, I feel her palm touching my face. Her touch is gentle as ever, with her thumb slowly stroking my cheek. You're kind, Isao. I really do love you. Seeing her face like this, with her palm gently caressing my face, I think tonight has been a wonderful night. I guess we both had pretty weird pasts, eh? I think by most standards, our present is rather odd as well. I smile and hang my head. This woman can easily run rings around me. Of that, I am quite sure. She does. You people. I say you people, but it's just been you for the past, 20 minutes. I look back around the room with its continuing quiet hum of patrons. This place probably fits the odd category, too. It's a tad overbearing. That's one word for it. Oh, wrong voice. That's one word for it, yes. I catch the eye of a scarying waiter, a short, scrawny guy no older than 20. He kinda reminds me of Kenji, though unlike him, the waiter isn't dressed for winter during midsummer. After a curt bow and an offering to remove our plates, Lilly asks for the bill politely and softly. With expert coordination, he maneuvers around the tables, our plates in hand, to retrieve our bill. In no time, he reappears through the doors, smartly handing over our bill to Lilly.
Can Aslo be overbearing?
Aslo. Typo! Who promptly hands it to me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. As I read the small computer-printed leaflet, the cost is considerably more than I expected. Isao? I quickly stammer out the amount, which Lilly merely nods and reaches for her purse. Giving her card to the waiter, he disappears once again. She just did that! Oh, Lilly, that was evil! That was evil of you. You knew he couldn't afford it. You knew damn well he couldn't afford that meal. And you just put him on the spot like that just to embarrass him. Just to tease him. Oh, I respect it. I respect the hustle. That was a disproportionately large amount of money. The statement seems to make Lilly slightly uncomfortable. My family leaves me more than enough for my education. The same goes for my sister, though she dislikes being reminded of that fact. That said, I too dislike throwing money about, but this one time I think I could make an exception. Just for you. Not only did you choose our date, but you paid for both of us as well. I take the bridge of my nose and my fingers. Can't believe how high you have set the bar for our next date. She gives a small giggle. I'll be looking forward to it, Isao. The waiter reappears beside us, as if by magic, and hands Lily's card back to her. Evidently picking up on her lack of sight, he places the card in her hand with an extra, perhaps unneeded amount of firmness to make sure of her grip. Leaving, he exercises a measure of diplomacy by keeping a neutral face despite my own expression. Clapping my hands together, I stand up from my seat in order to bring an end to our night out. Shall we be off then, m'lady? He actually said that. As high as his fish. There's been no fish tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, no more bell every minute. Yeah, she's not on screen, so you're not going to bell every minute. That's all there is to it. As soon as she shows back up again, it's coming back, isn't it? Yeah! I snap upwards out of my sheets and sit bolt upright in bed, as if an electric shock had just run through my entire body. The night air feels cold against the sweat on my bare skin, my breathing short and rugged nearly to the point of hyperventilation. Mind racing, I bring my hand to my head and attempt to soothe my body's panicked state. It takes me a number of seconds to realize my hand is shaking violently, even as I press it against my face. More seconds pass in complete silence, my desperate attempts to subdue my body and mind slowly, thankfully, working. Gathering myself, I start taking measure of the state I'm in. It feels like I've run a marathon, every muscle feeling tensed and sweat practically pouring off of me. I carefully direct my attention to the beating in my chest, measuring out the rhythm in my head. Sure enough, my unreliable heart is functioning properly, for once. Just what the hell was that? A heart attack? A bad nightmare? Medicine side effects? I've heard about panic attacks, and this does seem to have the hallmarks of one. I can't even be bothered thinking about it right now. I feel utterly exhausted, yet completely awake after this experience. I look over to the other side of my bed, the pale white of the silent figure's face almost glowing in the nighttime darkness of the room. Just the sight of her is enough to calm me down significantly. Oh, when did this happen? Her graceful demeanor persists even while she's asleep, her perfectly measured breathing and gentle face making it impossible to tell whether she's awake or truly sleeping. Giving in to temptation, I delicately run my fingertips over her hand. Her skin is soft to the touch, as it always has been, yet warm even in the cold night. It's at times like this, silently appreciating each other's presence, that I feel we're closest. My finger stops at her waist, and I bring my hand back down to the bed beside me. I'm not entirely sure why, but as we became ever closer to each other, it felt as if something grew between us. I'm not entirely sure what it is, nor whether it existed before we'd fallen in love. Everything is moving so fast, I don't mind it at all, but it feels unlike Lilly to be pushing things this much. Thankfully, there aren't any students milling around in the hallways at this hour of the morning. Lest I be interrogated on why I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast in my room while dressed in an obviously hastily donned uniform. That isn't to say things like this never happen, of course. A single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms situated right next to each other is a very small force compared to adolescent hormones. Come to think of it, the fact that it's a Monday morning probably helps. Not really sure why, but Mondays seem to bother me less than they do most others. It takes a little creative use of my hands and elbow, but eventually I manage to work the door to my dormitory room open. Stepping inside, I see Lilly getting up from the bed and tiredly rubbling? Tiredly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other times I've seen her soon after she wakes. She really is not a morning person. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. She groggily shakes her head. The morning light illuminating her makes for a very pleasant sight. It's okay, I needed to get up anyway. What time is it? I put my plate down on the desk and turn the clock around to check the time. Still early. Don't worry, there's plenty of time left before school. She sits on the side of the bed and begins to sniff the air. As she does so, I quickly move her plate away and put it on the desk beside mine. Yes, I got us some breakfast. Shower and clothes come first, though. She stands still for a moment with her chin pointed slightly out. I gladly acquiesce and press my lips to hers, savoring the soft feeling before breaking off. With a small, sweet smile, apparently quite satisfied, she slowly makes her way to the showers. I stretch to try to wake myself up a little more, briefly looking at the steaming dishes on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables. A standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. I grab the bottles from my desk and start taking my daily regimen of pills. Sometimes I wonder what these things are even good for. Given all the troubles I've had since the initial accident, I can't say that it doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, whatever. Doctor's orders are that I have to take them, and rationality suggests that it'd be well served to trust his judgment over mine. It doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease, a quick one apparently being fine for Lilly given the circumstances. Emerging from the bathroom, she looks significantly more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Without a word, I gently take her hand in mine and guide her to my desk. Considering I don't have a table in my room as she does, it'll have to do. Thank you, Sao. What did you prepare for breakfast? Just rice and some vegetables, something fast. Her face lights up at the revelation. That's quite a breakfast. This is normal for you? No, she's just being nice. I have little doubt, considering her past, that this isn't exactly a high-class meal by her standards. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can take it lightly. That's my belief anyway. From what others I've talked to have said, I might be in the minority.
So she really is the carrot girl.
Oh, Turbs. That was fitting. I take a seat on the side of my bed and begin eating together with Lilly, her chopsticks lightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetables just as I notice her do during our date. This is quite nice, Isao.
Here's how you need to feed her your fish.
I had no idea you could cook this well. This time she's much more genuine, I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special after all. After a bit of practice, it's pretty easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credit goes to modern technology. Still, after years of cooking for myself, I should hope so. I got bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working, so I taught myself how to make a few meals. Still trying to get the knack of it, though. You'll make a good wife someday, Hisao. I take a grain of rice and place it onto my thumb before carefully taking aim and giving it a good flick. Lilly jumps a little as it hits her cheek, right on target. I can't help chuckling a little at her expense as she lowers her brow and tries her best to assume a harsh and serious expression. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problem sleeping last night? You seemed restless. So she was awake back then, or at least partly so. Whether it was my heart or a nightmare caused by the side effects of my medicine, the last thing I want is for her to be worrying about me even more. Even before my relationship with Lilly, I'd felt my body was a drag on everything I did. My body is my burden alone, so as long as I'm with her, I'll continue to act as normally as possible. No, not particularly. Is that so? That's good then. She knows. Luckily, she seems to take me at my word. No. Come to think of it, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh? How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Yes, of course. Oh. I feel more than a little sheepish for that slip of the tongue. However earnest it may be, Lilly looks unperturbed though. But you don't taste, feel, nor smell things. I move to answer, but find myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I mull it over, the more I realize that her hypothesis is correct. That's true, I guess. I never looked at it that way. Are you saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams, but yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. I'm just asking since Akira thought it very strange that I did when I brought it up with her. If you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. That would make sense. You rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. The wonders of the human body, I guess. For the rest of the time before school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchanging a few small pieces of small talk as we do. A A quick peek out of the door assures nobody's looking directly at the entrance for the boys' dormitories, so we walk out, both where the path is clear. Yes, Lily bodies. The weather's good today. I stretch as Lily and I make our way outside, the bright morning sun beaming down on us. By now, a few students can be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building, either from the dorms or through the main gate. It does feel nice and warm. Our hands linked and her cane tapping the ground, we begin in earnest our trip to the school building, enjoying the chatting throngs of students around us. This would be the last day of exams, no? Yeah. How are you going in them? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. It's that obvious, huh? I don't think it's just the exams, though. A lot of stuff's been happening in a short amount of time, and I'm not doing that well on the humanities subjects. You're doing well in science? In science? You're doing well in science. You're doing well in science, though, aren't you? Well, it would be hard not to do well in science for me. Come to think of it, didn't you say before that you weren't very good at science and maths? She suddenly looks very sheepish. My remark, no doubt hitting home. Lily's sense of pride really can be a double-edged sword. Well, aside from that, have you ever even thought what you might do with that ability? It seems a pity to waste it. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. In any case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. That's good to hear, Isao. As we enter the gardens, I suddenly receive an unsolicited pat on the back. The green-dressed culprit dances around to meet me, evidently not paying any heed to Lily at my side. I love the little music chains as he slides on the screen.
Hey man, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while.
Hey, just been busy lately with the exams and stuff.
Exams, exmams. A true Renaissance man needs no study to excel in such things.
Kenji does strike me as the kind of person that does well in school, even if he has a horrid attendance record and poor work ethic. So I have little reason to doubt his ability. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lily, I've had practically no time to myself. Maybe this is a bit like how Yuko feels. Good morning, Seto. It's good to hear you're doing well. It feels slightly odd to see Lily speaking so formally. She's come to address me more casually over the months, though. Though I have seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I'd say her calm and polite manner is a bad thing. It was one of the reasons I like being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who it is beside me, and probably hasn't noticed us holding hands either. I wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything.
Oh, hey, Lily. Good luck on your exams, too. I'll see you after school then, man.
Oh, God. The slight edge to his voice makes me think those words are meant to be an imperative rather than a casual farewell. I guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure, see ya. Kenji nods curtly. He moves to pass by us, but he's too busy glaring in Lily's general direction to take notice of her cane. Before I can try to react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out.
So who's more blins between those two?
Who's more blins between those two? It's Lily, technically. However, as you've just noticed, he just tripped over her. Before I can try to react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out for a handhold. Unfortunately, said handhold turns out to be Lily's arm. Whoa! Ah! Both fall to the ground in a sprawling heap, with me left feeling rather helpless. Ah, damn, are you two okay? Kenji quickly rises back up, seemingly unfazed by the accident.
No problem, man, no problem. This is nothing. My body can take much worse abuse.
What an odd thing to say. Lily lies face down on the grass. She doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything. I move closer to offer her my help. Are you alright, Lily?
Hey, Sato.
Kenji offers her a hand, tentatively touching hers to let her know what he's doing. He says some odious things sometimes, but I do think he may be genuinely a good person at heart. I imagine he feels pretty bad about this. To his surprise and mine, though, Lily pounds on the ground with her fist without warning. Damn it. Kenji freezes, entirely caught by surprise at her outburst. I'm just as shocked. She never acted like this before, not even around Shizune. Language, Lily! Seemingly only now remembering that there are people around her, Lily slowly climbs to her feet. Her face as she does so makes me retreat a little. I only catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. She showed plenty of annoyance during her clashes with Shizune, but this flash of anger was something else. There's no way that this was just about this petty incident. She pauses for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I really don't know what to make of this. I'll, talk to you later, dude. See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Kenji scratches the back of his head, trying to find something to say. Then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide berth.
Will they have a stare-off contest?
No. I quickly catch up to Lily. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. I should probably scold her for lashing out like that, but I also don't want to get into the shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. I wonder what that was about. After a quiet walk-in, we eventually reach the top of the third-floor stairs and the junction where we part every day. I turn to Lily before she leaves. While I do like the comfortable and warm silences we usually share, this was anything but. I don't want to leave things like this.
Will she cool off our fish as well?
You seem quieter than usual recently. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically, as if to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. It's just the exams taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. I very nearly say so, but decide against it. There's no point trying to draw it out of her, if she doesn't want to tell me, especially when she's in a foul mood like this. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. As I turn down the hall to go to my classroom, Lily's soft voice rings out from behind me. Isao, yeah? I'm sorry. With that, Lily makes off down the hallway to her own classroom, her hands skating along the metal railings. I stand still and watch her until she turns into her classroom and out of sight, before going to my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. What was that about? As usual, I'm early. Muto is fiddling with folders and papers on his desk as he prepares for the day, while a handful of students mill about, chatting away. While my feelings about Lily haven't dissipated, far from it, her mention of my exam performance did remind me that I have my own life's journey to attend to. I look away for not more than 30 minutes and I see her breaking up. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. She just got pissed off at something, and we don't really know what yet. Trying to force Ori to bell, but he doesn't want to. Oh, okay, yeah, it's because the bell's at 67. You want me to bell it up to 68 like this, so you can get it up to 69 like this. But you were too slow. I beat you to it. I saw it coming. I got the 69 today. You thought you were clever. You thought you were slick. But I beat you to the punch. And that I did. Fine, then you'll get a bell every minute now. After thinking about it, I have realized that I do genuinely want to pursue science in some form as a career, rather than it simply being the path of least resistance. Until now, though, I didn't have much of an idea where in the field I wanted to go. Just science is a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lily mentioned earlier focused my thoughts, something I'd only idly pondered about before. I'd not seriously considered following this specific path. I walk up to Muto's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lessons to notice my approach. It's the same every day. Good morning. He looks up with an expression of mild surprise that's quickly replaced by his typical awkward smile. Good morning, Nakai. Can I help you? You mind if I ask you something? He looks down at his messy pile of books on the desk before putting down the papers in his hand and smiling
Let's
up.
get this bell to triple digits. Lily likes his house fish raw.
What? You're not even getting a bell for that. I'm just beating you. Before putting down the papers in his hands and standing up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for, after all. Ask away. I was just wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? He thinks on this question for a few moments before responding, evidently far from having a prepared answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. While I can only speak for myself, I'd say that I teach because... I swear they have... It's like they have the bell command locked and loaded. It sure does, doesn't it? He sinks into thought again, carefully assessing the way he wishes to present his idea. Oh no, I overslept. That's okay. We're still here. The VOD will always be here for you. Unless I have to delete it for some reason, in which case it won't be. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you probably played with sticks and pebbles in moving water, such as the gutter or puddles, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people do that when they're young. Well, it's not just when they're young for some, though it does take on other form. My point is, though, that when one is doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow or be changed. Everyone, even at that young age, possesses an intense wonderment about how the world around them works, even in its smallest forms. I still feel that sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe at how marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddle. I just hope that I can give others even a small piece of that wonderment. Or of that wonderment I feel. If I can do just that, even if it's just for one person, I think that I can be happy as a teacher. He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. I feel like I understand him better now. Even if he's awkward around others, he does have a genuine want to be around them and offer them a piece of himself that he values. I got the 69 if you look back. No. No, you didn't. I got it. I hit the button twice. It was me. It was me, Barry. I hit the 69. Oh, okay. If anything, I got that. No. I'm gonna beat you all with this. What Lily told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others. Huh. She did always say that I was unusually curious. Sorry if that was a little meandering. Does it answer your question? It does. Thank you. I also had another question, actually. Oh, what might that be? Do you have any college brochures or guides? It's about time I started getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, I notice that he is wearing a remarkably genuine smile. I don't think I've ever really seen him act this natural around others. He's so proud of you. Oh, Muto! He's such a good teacher. I like Muto. Perhaps this isn't Muto, the teacher, but rather Muto, the person. Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask. He hands me about a half dozen brochures and booklets of various colors and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yes, it will be this information which I'll use to forge my own future. I think now, after all this time and all these trials, I can finally start to see the big picture of my life ahead of me. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. I like that we get a different teacher for different rounds. No, this is the same guy. We had him last time with Emmy, too. I liked him there, too. He's a good teacher. Yeah, he is. He is. This is strange. A single thought has graced my mind a countless number of times since my life here began.
My mind's telling me no, but my body My body is telling me yes.
It feels like an easy way to discard a troubling question, as if simply labeling something with those 3 words will make it go away, or at least not worth thinking about any further. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it. My mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me at once. I heard somewhere that this is what it feels like to be left stranded in a country with only the most basic understanding of the local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvelously apt analogy for what's happened to me. But such situations are also supposed to make you very capable in that language very fast, as you're forced to learn it in order to survive. Put another way, the situation becomes sink or swim. I wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. The exams are stressing me out a lot, even though they're finally coming to an end. But I've remained in Muto's favor, and I have some sort of direction on my future now. But I keep using that stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. It really is amazing how fast one comes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disabilities and conditions. So much so that I really wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner.
Well, he would clearly sink in Lily's chest, and so do I.
Alright, you can get a bell for that one. It certainly isn't for lack of socialization or friends. I've come to know most of my classmates on first-name terms, and know a few others around the school. Whether they're missing an arm or a leg, the students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls that I once lost myself in with ease. I'd not expected to ever have, thanks to the school's logical layout, and can engage my teachers in comfortable discussion. I swirl around gently the tea in my cup, the reflected image of my face becoming distorted by the moving liquid. This is strange. I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china rattling from a teacup touching an accompanying saucer rings out. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. I take a long sip of the tea in front of me as the girls do. Just whiling away the time in Lily's room sipping tea with her and Hanako. It feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So, how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? I want to know too. It sounds like it would be quite interesting. Hanako's face turns down at the attention placed upon her, though her smile belies the fact that she genuinely likes being the center of interest for both of us. It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of her friends handle most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just do the computer things, like putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice, since I can sit and concentrate. I see Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. While sitting in a room compiling other people's newspaper articles into documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing. It is heartening to see her widening her circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. It's probably a bit much to be expecting her to become a socialite like Lilly. How are you finding Naomi? I've heard she can be quite troublesome at times. And Lily's going into her mothering mode over Hanako. Letting go of her is something she's had to learn. Lily's gonna have empty nest syndrome when they graduate because because Hanako and Lilly are probably gonna go separate ways. Mommy Lilly. Hanako scratches her cheek, thinking on her answer. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too. That's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I'm glad you found a source of such enjoyment. Lily's smile is warm and genuine, but I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, but I don't think for a second that I'm imagining it. I suppose it's because I've slowly come to pay more and more attention to everything going on around me. With things seemingly happening faster and faster, it feels like I'll miss something if I'm not as observant as possible. With the exams, my newfound love life, trying to fit in some studying regarding my options for college and university, and my heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irritatingly random times, my brain's been in overdrive recently. The 2 newspaper club girls are anime avatars of the 2 devs of the game. That's funny. I like that. It makes me appreciate the rare, quiet times such as these. I guess this is why Lily came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and her tea parties with Hanako, despite her like of being surrounded by others. They gave her a moment of peace in a chaotic and busy life. Thank God the exams are over, huh? The comment draws an earnest chuckle from both of the girls. It seems like everyone's been a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So what are you doing over the holidays, Hanako? Only, I quickly count the days in my head. Today's Monday, and school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go, after all. I was thinking of traveling. Just around a bit. There's a lot of places I want to see, and I think I have enough money to pay for the bus and train rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper club said they might come along too. Her look indicates she's given the matter quite a lot of thought. I'm kind of surprised that she's contemplating something like this. It seems she's really become intent on striking out on her own. Is there anywhere in particular you're thinking of going? I was thinking that Kyoto sounds nice. I think I'll try to go to a few places, though. Lily nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plans. While I cast my eyes to Lily, I refrain from asking her the same question. She's been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now, but I never seem to get a good time to broach the subject alone with her. Hanako's finally growing up. I know, I'm so proud of her. She's making other friends on her own, even. I'm so proud. They grow up so fast. Every time it comes up in conversation, it feels like she's either unsure of herself or simply dodging the question. It's troubling. Be sure to call sometime when you're out and about. I gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod, a happy smile on her face. It's strange to see how happy people seem to become when they have a goal to work towards. Yuko seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and now Hanako is just the same. So why do I still feel this uncertainty? And why Lily, too? Daddy Hisao. Relationships really can be irritatingly troublesome sometimes. Oh, what time is it? Oh. It takes me a second to remember that Lily's clock doesn't have any visual feedback. I really should know, given how many times I've been in her room.
Give Hanako a burner phone.
Nevertheless, I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it. The reason for her asking becomes clear. It's about 20 past 10, nearly curfew. Hanako rises to her feet, dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. I'd better get going then. Good night, Lily. Hisao. Sleep well, Hanako. See you tomorrow. I did the wrong voice. Oh well. With that, she walks to the door and
Now
quietly
Daddy
makes her exit.
Hisao and Mommy Lily must do some workout, Hanako. Unless you want to do it with them.
Oh, this freaking guy. Silence. This seems to be happening more and more between Lily and me. Recently. After a few seconds, I finally find something to talk about. Oh yeah, I talked to Muto on Friday and finally checked out some guides on college and how to apply for it. That's good news. If you're going to be applying for colleges, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might want to do in the future. I think I've settled on becoming a science teacher. It's going to take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worth it. Lily's face brightens considerably at the news. I suppose, with her wish to become a teacher, she'd be delighted if I'd take the same kind of path. So you've decided on a career of teaching. I think that path suits you most excellently, Hisao. I smile and nod. This time, even if I know she can't see me doing so, I know she feels it. I imagine Muto would have taken this to the news well. That's one word for it. Hey, Lily? Yes? I know you want to be a teacher, but...
Hisao can practice science with Lily.
For a second, I wonder whether I should really ask her the question on my mind, but that's quickly brushed aside by the fact that this is rather late to have second thoughts. Surely you don't still think I'd be offended by something regarding my blindness? Her accusing tone is betrayed by her grinning face. Amused at my awkwardness in raising the topic, some things never change. Good point, I guess. I was just thinking whether or not being blind would be a hindrance, what with your ambitions to become a teacher and all. She looks mildly surprised before giving the question some thought. I refuse to think that she's never actually pondered the issue before. I wonder. Hisao, could you close your eyes for a moment? She's just gonna beat the shit out of him. Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. I have no idea what she has in mind, and my questions only increase as I peek out from one eye. Yeah, she can't tell that he's cheating. That's so mean. Taking the black ribbon she usually wears in her hair from the cabinet beside her bed, she advances towards me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hairs remaining on the piece of cloth. Ah, she's gonna blindfold him. I suddenly click onto her intentions as I feel the black strip make contact with my face, wrapping around my head and over my eyes. What exactly is this for? It's a little test, Hisao. Since you seem to be wondering, I'll let you see things as I do for a time. Huh, so that's what this is about. To be honest, this actually sounds kind of fun. Childish and rather silly to anyone who would be watching, but a bit of silly fun never hurt anyone. I stand up with a heave, my hands quickly moving out in front of me to warn me of any obstacles. Okay, now what? Now, touch me. If you say so, now then. I slowly make my way forwards towards the sounds of Lilly's voice. My walking speed could barely even be called a shuffle. The entire experience feeling alien enough that I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over anything such as her table or haphazard piles of books. Something soft yet solid brushes against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lilly's bed. I move onwards, finding myself thankful that Lilly's room is so neat and tidy. Even the piles of books she has are generally kept close to the wall, well out of harm's way. The hard wall pressing against my outstretched hands makes me furrow my brow in frustration. Hey Lilly, where are you? What are you doing over there? I'm over here. Lilly's voice comes from the other side of the room, far from where it was before.
It's not Lily's bed, by the way.
Even to my untrained ears. If she's going out of her way to avoid me reaching her, then is this just a game to her? Of course it is, compared to a life where even the concept of sight is an abstract one. A few minutes in a blindfold are nothing. I guess she's made her point. She's more than capable of navigating her room, and further, I've seen how independent she is when compared to many of the others in Yamaku. Well, even if this is just a game, I may as well play it wholeheartedly. With a pace much quicker than before, I move towards the center of her voice, deftly sidestepping the table in the center of her room thanks to remembering its position. I've got you now! She gives an impish giggle, one just long enough to work out that she's passing just beside me. I quickly turn around to face the new direct. That wasn't the table. The table wasn't there before! Ow, 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 ow! I slowly sit up next to the table, raising my blindfold as I rub my aching head. I give an irritated kick to the table that's sitting just in front of where I fell. Utterly pointless, but the damn thing deserved it! Hisao? Lily's still standing just to my side, obviously unsure of what's befallen me. Sorry, I kind of fell over. Are you hurt? My head hurts, but I think I'm okay. I think the table moved in order to trip me over. She giggles as she walks over and takes a seat beside me, her hand resting on my own. I suppose that's the end of that, then? I think so. But I also think I get the point, though I do wish it hadn't involved such a headache. Lilly suddenly looks blank. Point? And I return an extraordinarily flat look. That was just for fun? Did Hisao fall on Lilly? No. He just fell on the ground. I just thought it might ease you up a little about the subject. You always seem to tiptoe around it after all. In regard to teaching, sight isn't that important. There are plenty of classes taught by entirely blind teachers, and more than enough resources for me to learn the subject. It's as simple as that, really. I slump my shoulders and give a snort of amusement. Yeah, I understand. I guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? With little hesitation, Lily pushes forward her chin
Enjoy the lurk, Alexander Lloyd Mendoza, and thanks for stopping by.
and closes her eyes in an unmistakable gesture. Antelope. Now we have fruit to add to the list. All right. Melons. More. I want more. I can feel my chest tightening as I rock back and forth frantically, both of us entirely taken with ourselves. He's gonna die. Nothing that unusual. I just need to take deeper breaths to steady myself. This feeling is just normal. Dude, don't kill yourself! This isn't... I can't. This pain is too much. I stumble backwards from Lily with unseemly haste, clumsily hitting the back of my foot against the table and falling to the ground with an unceremonious crash. Breathing wildly, I frantically scrape at the ribbon over my eyes as I lay on my back. I have to get this off. For a moment, everything goes blank as the rush of newfound light assaults my eyes. My breathing slows from the brink of hyperventilation. Seconds pass, and I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeats with every ounce.
Death by SNU is a heroic way to go.
Seconds pass, and I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeats with every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal. It's back to normal. My body feels utterly bizarre as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. The adrenaline from before is still pouring through my veins, but my mind is completely exhausted. I prop myself up as I hear Lily getting off the bed and coming towards me. Hisao? Are you okay, Hisao? I'm fine, Lily. I'm fine. She gives a sigh of relief, her worried expression collapsing. Her face afterward is the very last I'd ever want to see from her. It's a face I detested when I first saw my parents in the hospital all those months ago. Pity. Lily pities me. I just close my eyes and turn away, powerless. I feel like throwing up. Sorry. She slowly shakes her head as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her kind smile looks so fragile, so delicate, that it makes my heart sink. Approaching carefully, she feels out the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. I'm sorry, Hisao. I shouldn't have pushed my desires onto you. You don't need to apologize. I'd normally be fine. You've seen that much before. I guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. My eyelids feel heavy. Calmly sitting next to her like this is probably letting the adrenaline work itself out of my system and letting my mind relax. So that's why you never took the lead. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like to, huh? The joke seems to lighten her expression a little, a fact which helps let me feel less unease about my unreliable self. Lily's head comes to rest on my shoulder as I struggle to keep my eyes open. With more difficulty after each blink, I feel completely drained. It's okay, Hisao. It's all okay. No sooner does she say this than a small, quiet tune escapes her lips. Entirely too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. It's a soft, almost melancholic tune. It sounds familiar, but the more I try to remember its origin, the less I seem able to concentrate. The feeling and scent of her head gently resting on my shoulder and her warm body against my side are soothing. The soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. This singular, quiet moment. After all the fracas, it makes me realize just how exhausted I've become. I can feel my eyelids slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Even with the chaos of before, I wish this moment would last forever. Lily and I together, sharing a single, solitary occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further away than she's ever felt before? The loud clatter of books falling into the return slot abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the school library. It's become a habit for me to come to the library at least once a week. Not only does the reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanako and Lilly also does. Obviously startled, Yuko suddenly twists towards the direction of the noise. I'd have thought her used to people dropping books by now, since she does work here. Oh, hello, Hisao, back again? It takes me a moment to respond, my mind still distracted by the familiar melody of Lily's humming that's hardly left my ears in the several days it's been since I fell asleep to it. Oh yeah, just returning some books I borrowed. She casts her eyes downwards, presumably to the bin of... She casts her eyes downwards, presumably to the bin the books dropped into. You're a very heavy reader, aren't you? It's become a bit of a routine now. Passes the time, at least. I wish I had free time to pass. From small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I think that's a new record for her. She seems a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. Considering she has to work 2 jobs just to support herself, I can see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. Come to think of it, the pay for her job here can't be all that bad. The idea of staff at such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. Working 2 jobs must take a lot of time. I'd probably never manage it. You're lucky being a student. Do you think you'll be able to go to university? If she's asking, then I guess that's the expected result of having this kind of education. Private schools like this don't exactly come cheap. I guess. I have the money, I think. I've got plans which will require going to one, and my grades are good enough. It's more a matter of how I'll pay to do so. University costs so much that I'm having to work 2 jobs to afford to enter it. Paying for daily expenses, too, makes it a lot harder. If you're reading this much, though, that means you're doing well in school, right? Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one, though. Suppose so. I didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside from maybe 1 or 2. You mind if I ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Yuko appears to genuinely brighten at the question. Anthropology. To be specific, I'm specializing in the history of classical era Athenian civilization and democracy. She seems to really know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired, and it's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. I guess even somebody like Yuko can be happy if she has a visible road ahead of her. She is into game. She's a Fujo. Oh, God. Both of us jump at the sudden interruption coming from my pocket. Apologizing profusely and quickly shuffling into the hallway as I fumble with the cover of my mobile phone, I glance at the screen. Weird. It's a mobile number I don't recognize. Considering I can count the number of people with my number on one hand, I briefly wonder whether it's some telemarketer that lucked out. Hello? Hisao Nakai speaking. Jeez, pick up faster next time. Anyway, guess who? I have no idea, actually. Akira, maybe? That would seem fitting for this route, but it could be like anyone. This dialogue isn't really specific enough. How many bells did I miss? I mean, you can look at the chat log a lot. Is it your mom? No, he said he didn't recognize the number, so it couldn't be your mom. Or maybe it's your mom. Maybe it's my mom? It only takes me a second to recognize the distinctively deep, brusque voice. Hey, Misha. Yes, Misha, let's go. Misha was another one that I thought it might be, but I didn't say it. Hey, Misha. Didn't expect you to call me. Oh. Never mind. Huh? You actually think I sound like her? Not at all, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number, though, so I thought I'd mess with you. Oh, that. I got Lilly to give it to me. Not hard. Damn, I got faked out by Hisao, too. Good job, buddy. You faked out me, the reader. She positively brims with pride at the statement. She's trying to get me caught up in her pace. I know it. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the two would share my number, though, given how close they are. So, what's up? You free right now? I guess. Why? Misha would have his cell's number. That is also probably true. Yeah, actually. Well, yeah, sure. Good enough. Good enough for me. You should meet me at the park in town. I just want to talk to you about some stuff. Is that an invitation to a date? You scoundrel, you. What? Of course not. She sounds suddenly crestfallen, her previous teasing nature having instantaneously left. Seems strange for her. Uh-oh. Anyway, I don't see why not. When do you want to meet? Kinda now-ish. Wait, right now? But it's... The dead silence suddenly coming from the phone announces the fact that she has unceremoniously hung up. For a long time, I just stand there, staring at the call-ended message on the screen while replaying the conversation in my head. What the hell, Akira? Throwing a glance up and down the street, I cross the road and step into the park. I've learned to pace myself on such walks, mostly because Lily's slower speed during our forays into town means I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, I hope Akira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. Nice. Takes only a couple of seconds to spot her, waiting on a bench with a can of beer in her hand. The look she gives me as I walk up lacks any hint of acknowledgement or greeting. What's with that look? I needn't have come, you know. I knew you would. You're that kind of person, after all. Thanks, I guess. I lower my brow at her remark as she disposes of the can, emptied by the time I arrived, and a metallic clatter rings out. Kira takes a seat on the old wooden bench, and I follow her lead. She takes another can of beer from beside her and opens it before speaking. Taking a large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. I suppose I don't need to ask what this is about, or rather, who it's about. I heard from Lilly that you asked about our family. They share more than phone numbers, that's for sure. I'd probably be very worried right now if it weren't for the total lack of malice in her voice. Rather, her tone sounds almost wistful. Idle curiosity, mostly. I have to admit, I'd never have guessed you two were half Scottish. She gives a wry chuckle of amusement. I've heard that before, trust me. The small smile falls from her face, her eyes looking ahead distantly. Aside from the occasional elderly couple talking as they slowly walk the meandering paths and the old aging car, it's pleasantly quiet. Better not be Bud Light, that's basically just water. I think we could see the logo. It was a Sapporo? Which I think, have I had that before? I think so. I don't think it's bad. Not my go-to by any means, though. Not dark enough. She didn't tell you everything, though, did she? It was pretty brief. Your parents lived in Scotland, she hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again. Drinking SMH orange? What do you mean? I'm allowed to do that. It's always surprised me how devoted she is to our parents.
So when will you drink carrot beer?
Hopefully never. That sounds disgusting. It's always surprised me how devoted she is to our parents for all the good they did us. The way she says it sounds almost derisive. She gives a small sigh as if to quickly brush the feelings away. Why do you think they left, Isao? Why do I think they left? From what Lilly told me, it was because of work. I guess a pretty decently paying job was involved as well, given the way your parents seem to live. So, Lilly went to a private school, and that's why she carries herself with the airs and grace of the upper class. Yeah, since the business in Inverness boomed, our father decided to move directly to the same city as its headquarters. That's just the conclusion I thought you'd come to, though. You're too good-natured. You don't think they left for their career? I'm sitting here bitching to you about it. What do you think? Yamaku Academy. I've always felt that place was kind of creepy. It was an isolated hideaway for those proper society. Doesn't want to see nor hear. That sentence just... Okay, I figured it out.
So Dad went to buy milk and cigs?
I had to, I had to, like, process the sentence for, like, a solid minute. Like it was an isolated hideaway for those proper society doesn't want to see nor hear. They probably just rue the fact that Lilly wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left. A long silence follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents and Yamaku. Lily's blindness is hardly something that could be simply ignored for a high-class family attempting to keep up appearances, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Eventually, Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to a head. Moving to secure our financial future with his new job posting. Even at the time, I hardly believed it. Not wanting to simply be an avenue for her venting, I gently try to steer the discussion. So you stayed in Japan with Lilly, then? Either I stayed with her, or she went to live with an ailing grandmother and grandfather. What about Shizune's family? If you're cousins, then... Our fathers hate each other. I'd have been more than happy to tell them to go screw themselves and live with them anyway, but Lilly wouldn't have wanted that. I also had a job offer by then, so we did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape, and tried to continue our lives as if they never left. So you just live by yourselves? Basically. Lilly had school and I had my job, so we weren't exactly languishing. With her schooling, her study, and having to do chores while I worked, though, I can't help feeling like I failed her. And in the end, I tried to be there for her and screwed up. Expecting a 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child, it's ridiculous. So, Lilly and Akira lived alone after their parents moved, with Lilly largely taking care of herself. I guess that explains her apparent independence compared to many in Yamaku. I may have lived alone much of the time since my parents both worked, but that's just something else entirely. Sorry for making you listen to my moaning, Hisao. I don't mind at all, but do you mind if I ask why you're telling me all this? You always were curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Hisao. Some people have to learn that the hard way. Shut up. She takes a long drink from the can in her hand, her face becoming more depressed than distant. I broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. After I leave, we're not going to be able to see each other again. Oh,
It's
poor
okay,
Akira.
I hear Lilly moan all the time.
Damn, Akira. So you're single, huh? That's rough, Akira. Let's go. Depression. But that's how life is. You can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that
So
way
now
forever.
she is free for a 3, possibly a 4 with
Oh my
Monica.
god! You can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens that you have to roll with, even if it means hurting yourself or others. She takes a long breath before looking up at the bright orange sky. We said the thing. Damn, if I smoked, I could take a nice long drag right about now and look kinda cool. I want to respond to help her in whatever way I can, but I feel utterly useless. This kind of situation is one I've never been in, and I simply don't have the experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Kira looks over and evidently picks up on this, much to my embarrassment. I must look pretty pathetic right now, whining about this to someone I barely know. I mean, we know each other kinda well. Hardly, and I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. She gives a chuckle, the act feeling like a personal victory for me. You're a good kid, Hisao. When I said that I approved of you being with my sister, I wasn't just joking or being nice. She picks herself up off the seat with a grunt, one that seems ill-fitting, given her age, and throws the now empty can into the bin after one last swig. It's just unfortunate.
Hanako would feel the heat from the 4-way friction, though.
It's just unfortunate that doesn't really count for much in this world. When I said that I was leaving for Scotland, I was doing it because a good position opened up in our company's headquarters. When our folks told me that when we were at their place, though, they also gave Lilly a summons to rejoin them in Inverness. No way. Her evasiveness when asked about her future, that awkwardness that had steadily grown between us, that uncharacteristic outburst of anger. All of them suddenly fit into place. The same family that she reminisced about after Hanako's birthday party, the same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight to greener pastures. Now I feel stupid for never cornering Lilly on what was bugging her. I'd never even considered if something had happened during her trip to her family's home in Inverness. And now a sense of unease grows in my chest. Her family has summoned her to join them in Scotland, all the way on the other side of the earth. Has she accepted? Lilly hasn't told me whether she plans to accept, and it seems she hasn't told you either. That's why I called you down here to talk, Sal. Context, huh? I sit back, my feelings of worry and frustration no doubt written all over my face. Lily's a strong person, Sal, but she's not infallible. I guess it's my job to worry about her, being her older sister, but I think that you deserve to know. I understand. You okay? You sound depressed. No, I'm just thinking. That's good. Thinking is good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. She looks at her watch, barely moving her wrist. I've gotta go. Will you be okay? I'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll have to talk to Lilly about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but it doesn't feel all that genuine or sincere. Really, both of us are just dancing around the fact that Lily's on the precipice of the biggest decision of her life and is trying to take the entire burden on herself. And part of that burden is the matter of our relationship. By the time I look up, Akira's already walking off with her hand held up. For the first time in a long while, I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that, but at least now I have the right question to ask. Will you leave or stay? Damn! Dun dun dun! Hurry, Lilly! I'm moving as fast as I can. I can barely make out Lily's voice over the deafening pouring of the rain. Even though I dislike pulling her around, the situation calls for it. I turn forward, my free hand over my head in a futile attempt to keep at least my hair dry. My vision seems to be in grayscale. This really is rotten weather for summer, and the last kind of climate I'd want for a date. A pity! I'd even checked the weather forecast beforehand. One of the very few times I've ever done so, only for it to say that Sunday afternoon would be fine. Looking to Lilly, her shoulders are by now completely drenched, with her right hand holding tightly to mine and her left gripping her retracted cane. This horrid downpour came on just as we were between our destination and Yamaku, so we decided to try rushing the rest of the distance rather than doubling back. Entirely unused to running this fast, Lily's using all her concentration just to avoid tripping over. Isao, do you know where we're going? Even she's reduced to shouting to try and be heard over the combined noise of the wind and the rain. Oh, he's gonna take her to Shanghai. How sweet. It's where they had their first date. The rest of my voice is completely drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain. The what? The Shanghai! How far is it?
Lily is indeed wet like fish are.
It shouldn't be far now. Doesn't take long before I call out to her once again. Well, looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. I quickly pull up to a stop just in front of the familiar exterior, the lantern outside still giving off its reliable glow, and wait for Lilly to catch her breath before going in. Ladies first. The tiny bell rings out when I hold the door open. A smile and a polite nod being my reward before entering myself. As I step in behind her and wipe my feet, only a quick glance is necessary to notice the distinct lack of activity. The Shanghai doesn't seem to get much in the way of patronage, and today is no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. Summoned by the bells ringing, a most expected person comes to greet us. Welcome to the Shanghai. Yuko looks chipper today. Trying to predict her moods is pretty hard, but it's a nice change from the norm. Hello, Yuko. Hey. Good afternoon, you two. She takes a deep bow, somewhat taken aback as she rights herself again and gets a better look at us. What happened to you? You both look... Her eyes drift towards the glass of the door behind us. Oh dear. We're inside now, at least. I think that's the most important thing. It's nice and cozy. You're lucky to be working inside today. It has been nice and quiet. I like days like this. Oh wait, sorry. Is there anything you'd like? French vanilla tea, please. I'll have the same. Right, coming right up.
They both did some exercise that made them very wet.
She quickly skitters off with a determined look on her face, trying very hard not to forget our orders. If nothing else, she is at least dedicated to her jobs. I lead Lily to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhausted flopping down into my seat and Lily's delicate sliding into hers, her cane set beside her. For a while, I just idly watch the rain falling outside. The occasional person
Order
runs...
a number 69.
Was that many options there? That's a lot of options at any restaurant. 69? Holy crap. For a while, I just idly watch the rain falling outside. The occasional person runs down the street trying to stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. Lily sits just as quietly as I, her eyes closed as she intently listens to all that's happening. It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us. Just the type that we'd so often share together in the past months. For Lily, at least. I can't help playing the words of her sister in my mind, at times contrasting them to both our time spent together since I entered Yamaku, and to the way we've been since we started dating. She's wet like a lily pad is. I'll give you one ring for that one. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second guess her emotions and her potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. Makes me doubt whether I had ever really understood her. In the end, I'm gonna have to ask, even though I very much want to avoid doing so. You seem quiet today, Hisao. Really? You seem so enthusiastic about taking me out on a date. I'd assume you'd had something specific you wanted to do. No, not really. I just wanted to spend some time with you. Is that so? Fine. There was one thing. A little grin finds its way onto Lily's face, her knowing full well that she's bested me. Makes what I want to say all the more awkward. It was just... Akira and I were talking. Oh? What's with that tone? You two do seem to get on well, don't you? Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. It'd be nice if any of the teachers were anything like her. Cool. For a moment, I try to place her tone of voice, my mouth curling into a smirk as I realize it. You're not jealous, are you? I'm not jealous. After her teasing me over such a thing on our first date, I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at her expense this time around. As we settle down, though, it's only a minor distraction from the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it was mostly just everyday stuff. That said, there was something that Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. Here it comes! When you went to see your family in Inverness a while back, she said... Akira told you about my family's summons, hasn't she? Well, at least Lily's not one to beat around the bush. Proud of her for that. Seconds tick by while I try to read Lily's face. An odd mixture of feelings written on it. She seems annoyed, but also somewhat confused. Here. Yuko tentatively sides our drinks onto the table, her presence oddly small. Thanks, Yuko! As she walks back to the counter after a quick, polite nod, I realize the air between me and Lily is thick, and our expressions are both somewhat pensive. Even though she says I should lead my own life, she still interferes at the worst times. I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's just looking out for you. And it's not like I can't understand her concern over this. Lily's irritation gives way to an awkward and largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't deal well with being cornered on personal topics. I know, but I just want some more time. I knew you'd have figured it out eventually, but... You were intentionally hiding this from me. For how long were you planning to do so? As I said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. I wanted to be sure of my decision before telling you. What did you decide to do in the end? I know what I want her to say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut. My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there. So, you're going? How long have you known? I already know you were asked when you first went to Scotland about a month ago. Some time. My frustration very nearly boils over. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. For her to not only be leaving, but to have been actively hiding her own plans from me, and after seeming for so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on, feels as if the foundation underneath me is suddenly shifting drastically, much faster than I can adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease. Lily. I'm sorry, I wanted to think this through completely. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you, please. I know, Lily, I know. This is just really sudden. I guess this means that once you go, we'll be breaking up. For one of the few times I've seen since I met her, she's genuinely lost for words. She doesn't look surprised, no doubt because the fact had dawned on her once she became sure of her decision, but rather, she appears genuinely unsure of how to deal with the situation now that it's in front of her. Well, we could try pursuing a long-distance relationship. They're getting more common. They're getting more and more common these days, after all. Even as she says it, the tone of her voice gives away that she doesn't truly believe what she's saying. Lily is far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with a relationship without any kind of physical presence. And even I am, to an extent. All we would ever be to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. In the end, trying to rationalize everything is futile. Any attempts to try and connect what's happening with the future or past just seem to get more difficult the more I concentrate. Those quiet moments when we just walked side by side, the precious time we spent with Hanako and Akira, the casual chatter we had during lunchtimes, the times we made love, the confessions of our feelings to each other, all pointless, all just a fleeting moment in our young lives. We're just two children pretending to be adults, aren't we? A long, long silence hangs in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. Lily's face remains low, her dejected expression clouding it. I'm sorry, Isao. A simple apology, and no more. She's left entirely without any further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going? I'll be leaving with Akira, so it'll be a little less than a week. You waited! You waited this long to tell him? Oh my god, Lily. You're bad at this whole dating thing, aren't you? The beginning of summer holidays? Just a little afterward, yes. Her tone is unusually slow and steady. Her apologetic and depressed mood all the more written to her face as she tries to hide it in her voice. In the end, I can't even keep my promise of going to Tanabata with her before she leaves. I look down, seeing my face reflected in the, by now, lukewarm cup of neglected tea sitting in front of me. I really thought I'd left this kind of expression behind. For a while, I just stare down into the still surface, trying to sort through my emotions to get at what course of action I should take, whether it be right now or in the future. but just as before, the effort is wasted. I glance up to see Lilly gently sipping her cooled tea without complaint, her face drawn and shoulders slumped. She looks to be deep in thought too, a strangely cold atmosphere coming between us as we isolate ourselves to mull things over. Even as Lily's cup slowly empties, mine remains untouched. It's a long time before I notice the rain dying down outside and the few other patrons of the Shanghai having left. Oh my god, they didn't say like a word. The chill of the rapidly darkening evening permeates the dormitory hallways. While trudging down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement from up ahead. Hey man! Sure enough, the opening of the door opposite mine heralds the arrival of a bespectacled Kenji. What's interesting is in the blind route we actually see Hisao's face. I mean, you see it a little bit in some of... We've seen it a bit in Emmys too, but... Yeah, not nearly as much. We don't see a lot of, like, straight-on... looks at his face.
Hey man, what's... Whoa, dude, you look awful, I think. You okay?
Dude, even Kenji
Bad
can see
ending,
how...
Maybe?
Bad ending, maybe? No, I don't think so. Even Kenji can see that we're upset. That's crazy. He really has a knack for making any situation better. I don't really want to go into it. It's late.
Okay, that's cool. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm, here.
I look at him for a moment before surrendering my stern front and awkwardly scratching the back of my neck, embarrassed by my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji.
Hey, it's cool. That's what friends are for, right?
Yeah, you're right. See ya. I open the door to my own dorm room and close it behind me as he quickly waves me off. The solid thud the door makes against the door frame sounds out a final call for the life I've led since coming to Yamaku. I just stand in my darkened room, fruitlessly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. Just what should I do? As class ends, I simply rest my head on my hand and stare out of the window to pass the time. It's been a few days since Lily told me her plans. I haven't been to our ordinary lunchtime haunt since then. Not that there would be much point. Hanako's been busy with the newspaper club she's newly joined, and has even begun talking in class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lily, aside from the fact that a meeting between us would have been awkward in any case, has been run off her feet with class representative duties as the summer holidays approach. I mean, I'd be the one to know if it's a bad ending or not since I know it by heart, but still, yeah. No, this isn't... We're not on the route to the bad ending yet, at least. There's no way. I want to make Orange stressed? Nah, I can read this a little bit better than that. I know we're not on route to the bad end. And now, they're just about here. With the end of today's bell, the summer holidays will have begun. Suppose that's all I'll end up doing will be visiting my parents for the duration and lazing about my old home, now that my previous plans are entirely askew. Meanwhile, Akira and Lily will be en route to Scotland, to live out the rest of their lives there. No matter how hard I try to rationalize the idea that once the summer holidays begin, my life will return to the way it was, it simply refuses to happen. Everyone's moving on with their lives. Lily's rejoining her family. Akira's moving up in her father's business. Hanako's gaining new friends and hobbies. And even Yuko's moving ahead with her university aspirations. Even I'm moving forward in the end. With the grades I've gotten so far in Yamaku, much less after such a rocky beginning, the path to get into teaching science as a career seems straightforward. I suppose I should at least be happy about that much, but it doesn't really seem to help. Kii-chan! I quickly stop my ruminating and turn to face the bubbly voice beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I can muster. As expected, Shizune stands flanking her. I have a sneaking suspicion they want something from me. Hey Misha, Shizune. What's up?
Well, Chichan and I were thinking, since we're just two poor little girls that need help with all the work we've been given just before the holidays begin.
Sure, I can help.
But Hichan, we really need...
What? I think I broke Misha. Even Shizune raises an eyebrow at her accomplice's shuddering stop in her tracks.
So you'll help us, Hichan?
I just said I would, didn't I? It's hardly like I have anything better to do. Maybe helping them with their work will help take my mind off the situation. Misha seems genuinely ecstatic with my response, but Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. Misha.exe stopped working. But Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. I find myself quickly averting my eyes from her own, as it almost looks like a face of pity. No doubt, it must just be my imagination. This is hardly the first time I've been in the student council room, indeed. I've found myself down here often, either to help Lilly with class rep work, or to sort out one thing or another with the student council itself. Now, though, it's quite a different place. Oh, this is an old. Oh, this is good. I like this. Papers and folders are strewn across every table in the room. Only a solitary little black laptop atop a single desk sticking up from the mess. It looks positively ancient, and I'd guess it has been valiantly serving its task in archiving information for years and years. So, what needs doing? This looks like a lot to do.
It's as old as you, Carrot Boy.
You're probably right. Shizune's expression becomes determined as she sighs. It's a worrying look.
Everything, Hichan.
My worry was well placed. Everything, you say?
What's left on the desk is what needs to be done. It all needs to be digitally recorded, which is what the laptop is for.
And I'm guessing that I'll be the one doing this?
Shichan says she saw you with the computers in the library a few days ago and that you seemed really good with them.
Good with computers. I can touch type, I guess, but it still seems like an overestimation of my skills. I was just typing up homework. Wait, Shizune was watching me do that?
One must know their allies before they can know their enemies, of course. Wow, that was pretty wise.
For once, it's not very hard to work out who said what. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem to be worth fighting over. Sitting at a computer doing some typing hardly seems onerous, as far as tasks to help Shizune and Misha go.
Besides, it will help take your mind off things.
She knows. She's helping us out. I respect it. I respect it. Take my mind off things? Take my mind off what things? Misha's face goes blank as she translates this for Shizune, though the latter's response is only to glance away towards the window after briefly sighing.
Does the laptop have internet, Bonzi buddy?
God, I hope so. Misha's face quickly returns to a smile as she translates back. She was confused, I guess, but Shizune is harder to pin down. Thanks, Shizune.
I was just thinking you might like to get your mind off of the exams, of course.
Either way, we may as well get into it sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you.
That's the spirit, Hichan.
And that's the 5th spreadsheet compiled and saved. Time for the next month's. After a little bit of fussing around, we all managed to get a little bit more organized. Shizune's been gathering up the loose sheets and thankfully sorting them into a neat pile next to me. Meanwhile, Misha's been handling the manual writing work, her girly pink pen leaving its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. Once I got myself into a rhythm, this really wasn't so bad. Shizune and Misha also seem to be in the swing of things, wordlessly communicating as they go about their business with fervor. I periodically glance at the sheet beside the laptop, apparently a list of student names and matching addresses. As I dutifully enter the data written on it, I don't pay a lot of attention to what I'm typing in until I reach about midway down the page. Hakamichi, Class 3-3. Huh, her family's home is in Saitama. My idle curiosity is ended abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door. Misha quickly skips over to check who it is, tapping Chizune's shoulder on the way past to let her companion know what's happening.
Ah, you're here.
Who is it? With a slight pause to enter Chizune's data into the file along with the others, I look up to check who's at the door. Hi, Lilly. Lilly, after giving a cursory nod to Misha in greeting, she perks her head up in her trademark manner. Is that Hisao? She's pretty darn good at working out my voice from the smallest of phrases nowadays. Yeah, it's me. Hey. The atmosphere feels slightly awkward as she bows. Neither of us knows quite how intimate we should be around each other, given she's leaving in just a matter of hours. This is a fact that, thankfully, neither the oblivious Misha nor the hardworking Shizune pick up on. So, you've got work to do as well? Unfortunately. I arrived as soon as I could, but my class held me up with a surprise farewell party and I had to get changed. I glanced down at the laptop's clock. That's pretty much the end of lunchtime, so I'm guessing Lilly managed to wrangle the last period off as well. I take it Chizune is here as well.
Of course. And I've been here during all of lunchtime as well.
Thank you, Misha. That last comment was really not needed. Chizune's baiting Lilly into another argument.
There's
I can
4
feel
of you to play. Oregon Trail.
I'm sorry I can't be as hardworking as you, Shizune. I'll endeavor to hire more lackeys to do my work in the future, I assure you. And Lilly just took the bait, escalating things further. But aren't you the one always outsourcing work to your classmates? The difference is that they choose to help, unlike your tyrannical grip on your own class.
Tyranny works. Even if we did things differently, we still got the same results, right?
That's right, Misha!
This is school, not a police state. You will have to remind me when you are
Nobody
appointed
should
class.
really do some form.
Okay. I'm giving you like 5 rings for everything you've done in the past like 2 hours. And some bonks for good measure.
This is a school, not a police state. You will have to remind me when you were appointed class monarch, I'm afraid. You have to seize power. It's not as good as if it's just handed to you. But I guess you wouldn't really understand that, right? You'll also have to remind me when monarchs were elected into their positions.
Lilly positively bristles at this. Chizune's 2-hit combo forces her onto defense.
Yet for all your vaunted power, you cannot get one person to help you without forcing him. But Hisao volunteer. He's such a hard worker, he's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right?
Is that so, Hisao? Yeah, this is bad. I've really ended up between a rock and a hard place. As much as it may pain me to do this, the truth has at least a chance of stopping this argument here and now.
4 play table tennis? Who smashes? Shizune does want Hisao's guillotine.
I don't even... It's okay, Lilly. They didn't harass me to come or anything. Lilly gives me a disapproving grimace, silently radiating her strong feelings of displeasure in my general direction. She can be quite scary when she wants to be, though thankfully that isn't often.
Hey, John, you make that sound like it's a regular occurrence.
It isn't? In the end, it doesn't matter so long as everyone's getting done at a good pace. Or everything's getting done at a good pace. Let's just get this work over with so we can go home. Shizune snorts derisively and gets back to marking off the sheet in front of her, while Lilly sighs and finds her way along the room with her hand following the filing cabinets lined along the wall. This would mark the only time I've managed to successfully defuse one of these situations, but the grudging ceasefire built around mutual fear and respect makes this feel more like the Cold War than any real peace. I can't take all the credit, though. Lilly's leaving has surely affected Chizune to some extent to make her give up so easily. Moments before getting back to my work, I noticed Lilly reaching up to grab something from above a filing cabinet. I almost offer to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. once she sets the strangely shaped device on the desk beside me, I realize just what it is. Sort of, as she takes the old green covering off and sits down. At first glance, it seems to be an old metallic blue typewriter, but it doesn't take me long to realize it's far from ordinary. It has far fewer keys than expected, and those it has show no lettering printed on them. Only the shadows cast by the tiny braille dots on them gives a hint to the thing's purpose. Blind typewriter? Oh, this? Well, you're not far off. It's normally called a Perkins brailer, but it's basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. It presses braille into the page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys. Oh, that's really neat. She gives a lighthearted grin at my curiosity over it. I have to admit that it appeals to my sense of novelty. Without further ado, we each get back into our allotted
I wish
tasks.
Lily would touch me like she touched the typewriter.
The loud clunking of the mechanics in Lily's brailer and the tapping of the laptop's old and weary keyboard quickly fills the room. It's a nice atmosphere, really. Everyone knows what they have to do, and Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work away. Nostalgic, that's what it feels like. It's pleasant, but just slightly stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end. Excuse me, Misha. To properly address her, Misha bounces over from the filing cabinet she's peering into, in spite of Lily's lack of sight. For a moment, I think it's strange, but then realize it's exactly what I'd do. What's up? Could you ask Shizune where the attendance records for Class 3-2 are? I think they've been moved. Okie dokie. And with that, she flitters off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. Lily's familiarity with the council room and the efficiency with which she works remind me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to all work together in the student council. Orange's biggest weakness, my love and horniness for Lily. It really is sometimes, huh? Maybe this is a fitting end for her stay in Yamaku, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loves and, at least, liked. I look up, getting taken off guard by Shizune sorting through a drawer, rather than Misha. Sure enough, she plucks out a manila folder, entirely blank, save for the just barely visible bumps on its front, and holds it in front of Lily. Lily's hand flits over it to check what it is, her fingers feeling out the dots of braille and confirming it's what she asked for. Thank you, Misha. No reply. Oh. Heh. No reply, that is, save for an odd grin. No, smile on Shizune's face. A couple of seconds pass before Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune. Her momentary look of surprise is replaced by...
Enjoy the lurk shadow eclipse, and thanks for stopping by.
Great timing. I was in the middle of my sentence. You interrupted me at everything. Sheesh. Her momentary look of surprise is replaced by a slightly bashful smile. For a few moments, the room is all but silent.
Braille isn't the only thing Lily has felt.
I mean, I would hope so. Eventually, though, Shizune strides back to her workstation and Lily begins typing once again. It only lasted a handful of seconds in all, but it feels like years of communication were made up for in that one silent exchange. That was actually kind of sweet. There, finished. I lean my head back and rub my eyes to try and work away their weariness. Staring at that small and rather poor screen has taken its toll. Excellent timing. The only thing left is to file these away and I'll have my workload finished as well. Good, I can pack up the brailer and put it away while you do that. Thank you, Hisa. Misha, are you and Shizune far from being done? I look around for the two as I replace the cover over the brailer, only to see them waiting at the door. I guess they must be waiting for us. With a minimum of wasted time, we file and pack up everything that remains and join them. Thanks for waiting, you two. We couldn't just take off without you, Hee-chan. You've been a great help. Shizune nods approvingly, pleased with my efforts. I guess that's the last class representative work done and over with, then? That's right.
I'll miss you, Lily. I think it was fun working with you. Thank you, Misha. It's been good working with you. And Shizune.
Shizune thinks for a moment before formulating her response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking.
Since work is done, time for a 4?
It's not that she often communicates without thinking, quite the opposite, but this time it's even more considered than usual. Misha looks a little surprised before passing on the message.
Shizune says you'd better do your work over there better than you did it here.
Far from taking offense, Lily giggles into her hand.
If that's the case, then please tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future.
Competitive until the last. Maybe Shizune and Lily aren't so different after all.
Shichan says that she'll be checking in to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. Then that's how it will
All
be.
work and no play makes Hisao a dull boy.
I'd better be off then. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha.
Hisao? Lily takes a hold of my arm in hers, there being no need for a cane if I'm here to guide her. With a nod of farewell to the two, we set off out the door and make our way to the school grounds. They are very different. Lily is much bigger in multiple places. Yeah, she's taller. As I turn to wave goodbye to them, I notice Shizune's gaze lingering on Lily. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. Got all your papers sorted then?
Yes, they've all been filed out and handed in.
On top of things as always, aren't you? She gives an earnest smile at the compliment, but it feels as if her happiness is just a veneer over the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. It reminds me of how she was when I first met her. Always smiling, always that little bit aloof, always that little distance away from everybody. Even now, she still maintains that air around many others, especially those she's not close to. I'd hoped that our time together would have changed that fact. Our pace slows, the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens. Hisao is something that... Lily's words are cut short as I turn and wrap my arms around her, pulling her tight. I may not usually be given to such impulsive actions, but I just want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to. All the other students have retreated to their dormitories and homes, only the ruffling of leaves in the breeze making any sound whatsoever. As I draw back, I can see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile.
Outdoor sex?
No! Her hand hesitates, wanting neither to leave nor to stay on my features. She's putting up a brave show, but her slight trembling gives her away. Lily may be able to control herself well, but even she can't hold her composure together now. This is the woman I've come to love, but also the one who, in all too short a time, will leave the country forever. I'm sorry, Hisao. It's okay, you've got your own life to lead after all. We walk up the hallway in the girls' dormitory hand in hand, our emotions by now largely quelled. Nevertheless, our hands grip each other's much more tightly than before. Faint, muffled voices can be heard from Lily's room, the origins of which aren't difficult to guess. Oh, the moment she opens the door, Hanako bursts through and wraps her arms around Lily, taking her very obviously by surprise. Lily, Lily! Hanako? I'm gonna miss you, Lily. As expected, she's on the verge of tears. Lily gently rubs Hanako's hair with her hand in response, then pulls back and gives a warm, reassuring smile. Looking beyond Hanako, Akira can be seen getting up from the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. Her eyes turn from Lily and Hanako to me, a stilted, weak smile hanging on my face. I try to return a more genuinely happy look, but the result is probably just the same.
So, enough time for a 4?
I'm just gonna ban the numbers 3 and 4 from chat. You're not allowed to use them anymore. Unless you get bonked for being horny. So, everything set? Managed to hold back from killing Shizune? The comment draws an amused giggle from her sister. Yes, I have everything in order, and yes, I managed not to. Have you packed everything you need? Got the 2 bags right here, but there's still some stuff left at the Hakamichi's home. I can pick that up while we wait there for tomorrow's evening flight, though. Akira gives the 2 large black traveling bags on the floor a hearty pat.
How about 2 times 2?
Oh my god. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything was in order on Lily's end before going together with her. Lily, will you be okay over there? I'll be alright, I assure you. I'll have Akira looking after me as well, and you know that she's reliable. But don't worry, Hanako. I have your phone number after all, so we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I could send you things over the internet as well. Hey, don't use me just because you won't learn how to use a computer. Hanako and Lily both giggled briefly, the mood lightening ever so little. Ha! You're out of points! Ha! You've horny-belled too much. I'll say though, you did pretty good. That goes for you too, though, Hisao. I promise I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland. I know, I'll be looking forward to it. Her offer may be kind, but we both know that this is tantamount to breaking up. Neither of us has any illusions as to how well we'd manage a long-distance relationship. With nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long, solemn walk to the school gate. The numerous lamps scattered around the Yamaku grounds fail to do much more than provide pinpoints of light in an otherwise dense darkness. A car parked on the road just outside the school grounds come into view, its shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lit lamps of Yamaku. I call out to Akira in an effort to alleviate a bit of the heavy atmosphere. Your car? What kind is it? Don't know much about cars, do you? It's a Lancer Evo, solid and speedy. Well, it's not as if her comment on my knowledge is off the mark. I've never really taken an interest in them. She gives a small sigh. She's been good. Pity I have to part with it tomorrow, just like the summer house. You guys were the last to visit it before it changed hands. Turning back from my rather faulty attempt at small talk, I glance at Hanako and Lilly. Lily,
Is there going to be an
us.
accident in the front or back seats?
I sure hope not. By rights, Hanako should be leading Lily, but it's rather definitely the other way around. She clings tightly to Lily's arm. It's a depressing sight. So, I guess this is it. Indeed. Although the time for everyone to say their farewells is now, nobody really wants to take the first step. It's as if the longer nobody speaks, the better chances of them simply not leaving. Lily, do you really have to go? I'm sorry, Hanako. I won't be leaving you forever, though. I can still call you. Hisao will still be here as well. I nod, but Hanako just clutches all the tighter to Lily's arm. After spending so long without anyone to call family, it must be excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was as close to a mother as anyone could have been in her life. Lily lets out a long, sad breath. All Akira and I can really do is stand by quietly on the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this would be Lily herself. Eventually, Lily pulls her arm from Hanako's grip and holds both of her shoulders, gently. A much more decisive way of address than I've ever seen Lily take with her. Hanako, remember when we first met? When you entered my room for the first time after overhearing my consoling of a friend? You didn't say a single word for the entire night. Even as I poured you tea and talked, you sat silently and simply listened to what I said. It took many quiet meetings like that before you began to open up to me. But as you began to, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I didn't become your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. I became your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Your ambitions, personalities, interests, tastes, I didn't know any of them, and neither did anyone else. As you showed yourself to me, though,
I began to realize the person that you were, and became sure that our meeting was a very special moment. But Lily cuts her words short. She brings her hand to Hanako's head and brushes her bangs to the side, gently pressing her lips to Hanako's forehead. As she pulls her head back, leaving Hanako all but speechless and her eyes moist, Lily beams a wide smile. I believe you are a very beautiful person, Hanako, and I am certain you will become a strong and confident woman. You are a very dear friend and someone who I love very much. Just like Isao, I will never forget you for as long as I live. I may be leaving, but you have your own life here to lead. Just as I do, you have your own friends and hobbies, and your own hopes after graduation. I want you to devote yourself to them, even after I'm not around anymore. That is why I think you'll be okay, because you are your own self, with your own life. You yourself prove that to me. Hanako lowers her head in embarrassment, but nods as she does so. I understand. I know I have to say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you, Lily, for everything. Thank you, Hanako. Will you be okay? There are a few seconds of silence before the answer comes. I will. Lily smiles, undoubtedly at least partly in relief. That makes me very happy then. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. And farewell to you as well, Isao. I don't get anything more special than that. Goodbye. I'll miss you. She pauses for a moment before walking up to me. Her right hand, outstretched in front of her, takes a hold of my shoulder. Her left hand slowly and daintily reaches towards my face, taking my cheek in her palm. For a while, she simply holds my face, her fingers just slightly moving to take in its contours. Usually her hand would be warm when doing such a thing, but the night air has given her skin a cool edge. I'm not sure how long...
You went fishing like 5 times.
I'm not sure how long we stay like this. Her clouded eyes pointed just below my own as she wears a wistful, almost distant smile. Eventually, though, I take her cold hand in mine. It's difficult to do so, but with a slight sigh, I gently remove her hand from my cheek. I hope you have a long and happy life, Lily, no matter where you go. Thank you. I'll make sure to. She takes a long, trembling breath before turning slightly towards Akira's direction. Akira? Okay. With a nod, she takes Lily's hand and begins to guide her to the car parked outside the gates. They both walk slowly and deliberately, as if their movements had been rehearsed in advance. It's strange to feel like this now, watching somebody leave Yamaku. The feeling of unease I have now reminds me of the first time I walked through those black iron gates. That always looked far too pompous for what they were. As they leave, all of us know full well that our lives are irreversibly changing. I'd always told myself that I just have to take life as it comes, but everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily's an irreplaceable part of the lives of both Hanako and me. The noise of Akira opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts. Her hand waving back as Lily gets in. See you guys. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye, Hanako. Goodbye, Hisao. Hanako's hand quickly shoots up, her face brightened by her enthusiastic farewell. Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. See you, Akira. And goodbye, Lily. See you, Akira. Goodbye, Lily. The door shuts as we all put on our best happy farewell faces. Akira getting in the car herself and starting it up in short measure. Lily's hand can just be seen waving through the tinted windows. Both of our hands waving as well. Just as every other time I've done such things, I can't quite work out precisely...
Last minute too with Hanako?
No! I can't quite work out precisely why I or Hanako waved to her, given that she'd never seen us doing so. But it doesn't matter. Even after that black, shiny car goes down the hill and disappears into the dark night, we carry on waving and seeing Akira and Lily off. And then,
they're gone. A strange stillness takes over as our hands return to our sides. I don't quite know what I should do or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there silently staring down at where the car disappeared from sight. Goodbye, Lilly. All I can do in response to her quiet, mournful goodbye is to place a hand on her shoulder. She looks at me for a few moments before looking back down the hill, secure in the knowledge that I'm still around for her. What we'll do from now doesn't seem all that uncertain. We all have our own ambitions now, just as Lilly said. But even so, it feels like there's a certain missing part in both of our lives now, something that can never be replaced. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do.
Alright. As awkward as a spot that is to leave it, I think that's where we're gonna leave it for an evening. Because I think we'll get to the end next time. I think we still got a bit of a ways to go, so I think stopping here is probably a good spot. No, don't. What do you mean, no, don't? You're like very close. Alright, fine. If we're not very close, I'll be very upset with you. The snap of my mobile phone's closing contrasts with the ambient chatter and noise audible even in the hallway outside the library. It's the first day of the summer holidays, a time that has perpetually seemed so far away, and yet it's now not only here, but also made painfully obvious by the students, or lack thereof, left in the school. Most students have returned home to spend the holidays with relatives by now. The few that are left are mostly chatting between themselves, usually about what they intend to do in the coming weeks. Makes me feel like the odd one out for taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holidays. Ostensibly, it's for students to drop off any books they've borrowed and have yet to return, and for those who will have their parents pick them up to help pass the time until they get whisked away. Thanks to the recent lengthy phone call from my parents, which had so rudely woken me from my sleep on a beanbag at the back of the library, I'm now in the latter category. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, this time remembering I sent it to silent, I go back into the quiet and wholly placid room. It's a nostalgic sight. Just as when Lilly first led me to the library, the orange tint of sunset bathes the room in its light while Hanako sits on a beanbag silently reading, and Yuko fusses, just barely visible behind the counter. Hanako especially has been noticeably more quiet than usual since yesterday's happenings, but I can't really blame her. It wasn't just me that depended on that person after all. I quietly walked back to the beanbag near her, where I'd sat before, being doubly careful not to make any unnecessary noise. The soft puff it gives as the bag takes my weight makes Hanako's eyes flick towards me, but only for a second. I get the feeling that Hanako's been quiet only partly out of sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I expected. Perhaps due to her desire of working out how to deal with Lily's leaving rather than just being depressed over it. That makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako? Yeah? Still going ahead with your idea of traveling? She gives a determined nod. I'll be starting in a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too. Wow, quick start. Where are you two headed first? I think we're gonna start by going north, then loop down and go southward. So, Kaido's gonna be first? She gives another nod, more tentative than the last. The significance of that place is not lost on either of us. Do you know how you're gonna handle the traveling expenses and accommodations? Yeah, I've worked everything out. I think it should be okay. Naomi says she has her side worked out too. You know that if you need anything, you can just call, right? I gave you my number before. Any time of day is fine. She gives a smile, which in itself feels like a small personal victory. I know. Thanks, Isao. Maybe Lilly was right. Although I may offer Hanako any help I can possibly give, I feel as if I know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. Hanako's plan for her holidays are in sharp contrast to my simple following of my parents' suggestions to stay with them. Holidays had always made me feel less excited than most, though, so maybe this is just a return to the status quo.
Before my heart attack, I'd always lived so aimlessly that holidays weren't all that much different from my everyday life anyway. After school, I'd wander around a bit in the city, often hanging out with some friends before making my way home to eat dinner with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. The work schedules didn't leave much time for them to be home, and going there straight from school would have just meant I'd end up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Since coming to Yamaku,
I want to
though...
be that beanbag seat.
Oh my... Since coming to Yamaku, though, it feels like I've fundamentally changed as a person. The phone calls with my parents eased any traces of doubt I might have held onto that. In any case. While before I had exercised a fairly normal level of independence for a teenager, that not being a whole lot, my parents were more than pleased to hear of my newfound ability in taking care of myself. Laundry, cooking for myself, cleaning, all in addition to other general chores that come from living without parents around. Just little menial things I've had to pick up, but with relative ease. When I think about it, I'd always depended on them, even if they hadn't been at home all the time. To say I never depended on anyone after moving to the Yamaku dormitories would be far from the truth, though. Excuse me? The two of us look up at the awkwardly fidgeting figure in front of us. Some things never change. It's getting close to closing time, so, Alright, I'd forgotten that the library closes earlier during the holidays. Hanako and I both get up and dust ourselves off, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our tastes in reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. With a bow to Yuko to apologize for taking so much time, Hanako takes her leave of us. See you tomorrow, Hisao. Bye. And with that, she walks out of the large wooden aging doors that herald the entrance to the library. She's a quiet person, isn't she? I suppose I should be surprised at a staff member sharing personal opinions like this, but after knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely expected. Our relationship is more personal, rather than one with her acting as an authority figure. Yeah, I think that's just how she is. She's got a lot more confidence in herself these days, though. I don't know her as well as you do, but I think I agree. It's nice to see her talking to people here. She never used to do that before. Hey, Yuko, you know about Lilly's leaving, right? She told me herself a few days ago. It must be hard leaving everyone behind like she is. She quickly looks back to me after she says this, probably remembering that I went to her for advice on the relationship between Lilly and me before. Are you going to be okay? That's a difficult question. It's something I'd rather not think about for now, though, given more pressing issues. Something seems kinda off about this whole deal, don't you think? Yuko appears to think for a while, absent-mindedly scrunching her face up in a variety of creative ways as she does so. I don't think I really know her well enough to make that kind of judgment. I'm sorry I can't be more help. Nah, that's fine. I'm just sort of thinking aloud. I give a deep sigh and scratch my head in frustration. There's just so much stuff happening at once that I have no control over. Feels like I'm being swamped. I think everyone goes through times like that. What's important is to concentrate on what you can do, rather than what you can't do. At least, that's how I see it. If I didn't think like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is. She says it with a smile and a light tone, but her words are far from any kind of joke. Being pulled between the two jobs as she is, just to hopefully make enough money, not only to live, but also for university, must be exhausting. Perhaps that's why, coming from her, this feels like it has more meaning than if it had come from most others. I guess you've got a point there. Thank you for your advice once again, Yuko. She bows deeply and smiles again, before making her way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. The tiny wings of the cardboard crane on my fingers are only just visible in the dim light of my room. Just a little of the moonlight being able to peek through the curtains and around their edges. I lie still in my dark bed for a long time, idly looking up at the little origami bird. It feels like a lot's happened since Lilly folded this, but at the same time it feels like very little has changed. Compared to everyone else, I'm back to square one. I might have a newfound idea of where I want to go in life, but that's hardly something that affects me now. Hanako changed, I know that much. If anything, she just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this, considering her previous situation. Lilly, though. I turned the bird in my fingers another way, looking at it from yet another angle. When I first met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her actions were always careful, measured, and precise, and her carefully maintained composure always gave the appearance of unerring confidence and serenity. In time, she became less formal, just a bit, but enough. It felt good to see her lowering her inhibitions around me and opening up, even just a little, of her own accord. It felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly becoming more vibrant and visible. Now, though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Perhaps they're to be expected after what is, effectively, the two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange, though, but rather like an old book being found and dusted off. Lurk gives nothing. Yeah, Lurk gives 5 minutes worth of points. I can't do anything about that. It's just how YouTube works. I need to sneeze, but it's like not coming, you know? There we go. There it is. I soon realized after meeting Lilly that she saw me as she did Hanako, as someone who needed help and care. At first, I simply thought that we'd be fine as friends, helping each other through our limited time together in school. But then I began to treasure our moments together more and more. From our quiet walks to our talking over lunch, the good sides of her personality became ever more obvious and ever more likable. The absence caused by Lily's trips to Scotland to visit her long-distant family and sick aunt only made me realize how much I just liked being around her. And I had thought she felt a similar way. For her, though, maybe that wasn't everything to our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, that just meant she lost her family once again after meeting them for such a brief time. She lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working long hours, that she had little choice but to be like that. I had thought her sense of independence to be a good and admirable trait. It was in stark difference to my reliance on my parents before my heart attack, as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, it also meant that she never let people get too close to her. She lost her family likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, and worked all the harder to make sure she didn't end up a burden on her sister and those around her. And now, Akira's going to Inverness, and just like the family she thought she lost. She never told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. Lilly didn't want to be a burden on anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. I never questioned it. I never tried to be there or ask when she needed me to. I just set my life up and expected it to stay that way forever, with the two of us having a nice, long relationship where we pushed forwards towards our future together. A small pit of frustration and anger at myself wells up in my chest. I just let everything happen, never even trying to help Lilly. Just her being there was enough. I thought I could keep going on if that were true. But that never could have been enough. It was a childlike dependence on somebody without any attempt to understand or help their situation. Thanks to that, I lost Lilly. I lost the one person I loved most because I wasn't there for her when she needed me. With an increasingly angry feeling washing over me, I turn over and set the crane back on the desk next to my clock, the place where it has lived since that day when she folded it for me. Since that day when she herself said that my burdens needn't be my own. The obnoxious bright red numerals on my alarm clock shine through the darkness of the room onto my tired eyes. 10 o'clock, evening. Curfew will be soon. I wonder. Akira mentioned they'd be leaving this evening. I've no idea exactly when their flight is, but that means there's a chance, however small, that they might not have already left. Adrenaline starts to move through my body as I sit up on my bed, my eyes suddenly wide with possibility. There's no guarantee they haven't left. Indeed, it's likely that they already have, but there's also a chance they haven't, however small it may be. Just this once, just as I should have before. I stand up and rush over to my cabinet, throwing out some clothes as fast as I can and sliding them on in quick succession. Each second that goes by is a second that I can't regain, a second that may mean the difference between catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. I can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her. Without, just this once, being there for her. With the last of my clothes slipped on, I hastily grabbed the phone off the desk. Luckily, the number for a local taxi company is still in my call history. A gruff and unenthusiastic voice announces the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear over the phone. The chilly night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door, but nevertheless, I keep up my brisk pace as I half jog, half run out to the school gates. Blah, 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 blah. I'm reading so fast, I'm starting to stumble over my words. It may not be curfew just yet, but it's precariously close. If there were a guard around, they'd no doubt have some questions for me, but it looks like I've managed to come out just before they arrive. Or they're just around a corner. My pace picks up as I make my way through the school gardens, their nighttime allure all but lost when I begin to run to the school gate. The lamps of the courtyard, dim as they are, provide just enough illumination to light the way and prevent me from tripping over. The buildings themselves take on a rustic, almost antique-looking edge when I glance at them. Looking back, it seems strange that they once appeared so dark and looming to me. Now, they just look to be somewhat anachronistic school buildings. The same as any others, bar their age. Leaving the gates behind me, I pull up to a stop just before the taxi. Parked just as Akira's car had been, its gaudy and brightly lit sign looks out of place in the quiet country backdrop. I impatiently squeeze myself through the door, giving the driver the address for where the two should hopefully be staying. By the time the taxi pulls up after its trip at maddeningly casual speed, it's well and truly deep into the night. The house is truly enormous, its sheer size much larger than I expected, and ominously still. Fearing the worst, I ask the driver to stay just in case my efforts are for naught. A single press on the fancy intercom system outside the gate produces a short, electronic melody in the otherwise silent road. It's not long before a somewhat deep, gruff voice can be heard from it. "This is the Hakamichi residence. Please state your name and why you're bothering us this late." I press on, despite inwardly wincing at the reasonable annoyance audible in his voice. "It's a Sao Nakai. I was hoping to meet Lilly or Akira, if they're still here." Surprisingly, I managed to summon quite some energy to my voice, enough to make the other side of the intercom silent. A few seconds pass, but just before I press the button again and ask what's going on, a light turns on outside the front door. I strain my eyes to try and make out who is coming through, but as he comes past the large parked car with fishing rods sticking out the back, his identity becomes clear. His face is typically placid and emotionless as he saunters up to the gate. He's still childlike in his mannerisms, despite his demeanor. With the press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. "So, what are you doing here?" I think this is the most emotion I've ever heard from his voice. Not that it would be hard to reach that mark. Akira told me that she and Lilly would be staying here before they left for their flight. I need to talk to Lilly, just one last time. Are they still here? The look on his face says everything. I failed. I was too late. The one time when I actually needed to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible. What? What is it? He's a bit taken aback by my fervor, but I can't help it at this point. They left not long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived, in fact. If you go straight to the airport, you might be able to... Isao? I dart back towards the waiting taxi, grabbing what little money is left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideaki! With that, I take a seat, and in short order, bark out my destination. The stream is still on? Yeah, for a little bit longer. Apparently we're close to the end of the route, so... My chest beats wildly as I tear down the street, my body twisting this way and that to slip between the pedestrians walking back and forth beside me. With the road solidly blocked by taxis and other cars, dropping off passengers and picking up others in this time they have to wait, we ended up having to stop almost a block away. But that's in the past now. What matters is reaching Lilly. One foot hits the ground, the other quickly following without the slightest thought, as if my legs have taken on a life of their own and all my mind can do is concentrate on the view ahead of me. Just one glimpse of that long hair of hers, that long yellow hair that was the same color as the wheat that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the end, I depended on Lilly, just like Hanako did. Even after we started going out, it still doesn't feel like she really ever let herself depend on me. Except for one moment. That one moment where we held each other tightly on that bright yellow field. At that time, she must have feared losing me just as she did everyone else. That's why, just this once. The night air wraps around me, draining every last remnant of warmth out of my body, to the extent that it feels more like a midwinter than a summer night. My fingers, my hands, my feet, they all feel increasingly cold. The sound of the passing crowds is reduced to no more than a background hum while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echoes loudly, every step surging towards the person I have to catch. Forced by my chest tightening in response to the cold of the night, I rest an arm over it and try to settle it down. No! Don't kill yourself! When the airport comes into view, though, I realize this feeling is one I've felt before. Not now. Of all the times for this, please, not now. I take a gulp and soldier on regardless, pushing my body as far as it will go. Sweat pours off me as I hurtle forward, my shoulder hitting someone's side and my mind suddenly flooding with emotions and memories. I continue on without an apology. I have to keep moving now. If I stop, I'm not sure I can begin again. And even if I could, it would be all for naught if I'm not in time. I hit another person, then another, offering little resistance to getting bounced about. My feet feel numb, my arms are losing all feeling. My chest forces me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening even more. That afternoon in the snow, that time when my life irreversibly changed, images of Iwanako and that damned letter flash over and over in my mind. The first love I'd lost thanks to my condition. I can't let that happen again. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I just need to see her one last time. There! A sliver of yellow and white comes into view from some distance down the road. Her figure silhouetted by the lights emanating from the airport entrance. Lilly! Lilly! Lilly, stop! Please, Lilly! Come on, Lilly, I know your hearing's far beyond Gah! My view suddenly spins out of control and ends up on the ground, my body haphazardly sprawled after hitting someone and stumbling over. Before I can assess the damage, an unbelievable pain ignites my body. All my thoughts are blanked as I curl up and frantically clutch at my chest. Hey, are you okay? That was a really bad fall. This pain can't... Any sharp knock could do me in. Any overexertion. I thought I could overcome my limits this once. Something's wrong with him. What's the matter? The voices of those gathering around me are gradually replaced by a loud ringing in my ears. By now, I'm unable to move my head. My eyes turn upwards to see the mute moving of their lips. Bad ending? I don't think so. Even as I clutch my chest, I realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, nor my feet. Feels like my entire body is shutting down, starting from my extremities. With one last effort, I turn my head down the road.
Game over, yeah.
Game over, yeah! With one last effort, I turn my head down the road towards the airport entrance that's casting its light over me. Lilly is there, behind the crowd. Her head is tilted, but only just slightly. I can feel my vision dimming as I try to yell out, but nothing emerges from my mouth despite my best efforts. Slowly but surely, my vision begins to black out the scene before me. So...
This is the best telenovela I've ever seen.
This is how it ends. I failed. I was so close, so very close. But at the very last moment, my condition seized my chance at a new life and dragged me back. Now I'm going to die, sprawled out just meters from an airport, with a crowd of babbling people surrounding me, and with Lilly leaving for Scotland just a little distance ahead. Lilly. That last word extinguishes the last of my energy. The world falls into a deep, inescapable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. I'm sorry, Lilly. I was too late. Okay, maybe we did actually get the bad ending.
I don't know how, though. I don't feel like we had many dialogue options to choose from. What's going on? You sound dead, Pog. What do you mean, Pog? As I slowly open my eyes, a bright white light assaults my retinas. For minutes, I just lay where I am, mindlessly staring ahead while my scattered thoughts coalesce in my slowly waking mind. Slowly but surely, the white begins to come into focus as a bare expanse begins to be drawn across my field of vision. It's only when the light fixture comes into view that my mind clicks that this is the ceiling above me. Slowly levering myself up, I silently absorb through all my senses the details of the room I'm in. The smell and taste of strong bleach hang in the air, lending the impression of a place just slightly too clean to be natural. Inoffensive, pale, peach-covered walls, all perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. A single framed painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straightened. Like the walls, it's as boring and inoffensive as can be. My attention's grabbed by the translucent curtain waving across my vision, my eyes following it to the open window it covers. When I move my right arm to try to lift myself up and look through it, I feel the catheter dig in uncomfortably. It's only now, too, that I notice the cannula tubes winding around my cheeks and into my nose. Sal is in the back rooms. He just clipped through the grounds as he died. After some fidgeting, I settle for just looking around the corner of the window. Beyond the thick leaves of several large trees, I can see the greenery below, backing out onto a field. A customary island of green on the outskirts of the city. Judging by the sun outside, it's noon. Of which day, though, I'm not sure. So, I'm in the hospital once again. I let out a long, tired breath as I try to collect my scattered thoughts, my mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions all at once, with as many emotions running through me. After slowly lying back down, I decided to start at the beginning. Why I'm here. I cast my mind back, but I can't work out a smooth recollection of what happened. The events of last night, or whichever night it was, come back more as a series of snapshots than any cohesive memory. Lying on my bed looking at the origami bird, talking to Hideaki outside the Hakamichi residence, running down the street, passing pedestrians and bumping into more and more of them, falling, looking up at the searingly bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back as I lay on the ground. The silence of the private room suddenly feels overwhelming. So that's it. I had my chance to correct my mistake and I blew it. Whether I was at fault for neglecting my medication and disregarding to pace myself, or my body was for giving out so soon, it doesn't matter now. All that matters is that, once again, I'm alone. The pastel blue pillow yields with little resistance as I let myself fall back onto the bed, its starchy case, along with the starchy sheets, providing little comfort. Compared to the darkness of last night's events, the bright light of the room around me is striking. All it does, though, is emphasize how otherworldly places like this are.
What exactly did Hisel blow?
Arrhythmia. A strange word. A foreign, alien one. One that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. It was a miracle that you were able to go on so long without anything happening, they said. And then, it did. My condition had taken away everything. My old school was of no importance anymore. My home was reduced to a faraway place. Both my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting after a length of time. I became cynical and embittered, distant and subdued. In my defense, no person could avoid that after such a thing happened to them. But nonetheless, I left the hospital in a very definitely changed person. Things changed. I made new friends in Hanako, Shizune, and Misha. I found a new sense of home in my dormitory, a new interest in science and the world around me, and I found a direction to my life that I had never felt before. But I'd also discovered other things. The same sense of isolation in Yamaku and its surrounds was not entirely unwelcome.
The quiet giving a peace of mind I might not have found elsewhere, but it gave the area a feeling of being pushed out of the way, of being kept out of sight. People in the streets would sometimes glance awkwardly or quickly turn their heads as they realized they were staring. Even if my condition wasn't visible, my uniform was. Even if it weren't, I was still different. I took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scar, though hidden beyond clothing, was still a permanent mark of my condition. And most of all, there was the very real possibility of death. A bad fall, an absent-minded hard hit on the back, a simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off, and several times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. But that was fine. I could have lived with all that. Because there was one final thing I'd found, or rather, refound after entering Yamaku, which was once again snatched away before my eyes. It's only now that I realize just how delicate my newfound sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her, the linchpin of my life since I first entered Yamaku as a sullen, confused, and aimless transfer student. Lilly Satel was the one person I could depend upon above all others, and who reciprocated that love I felt for her. But I failed her, and only realized it all too late. I thought that I could just set my life up and continue that way forever. But the real world doesn't work like that. I finally realized the meaning of those words, only to be struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. The surroundings I'm in now are all too familiar. It's as if Yamaku was but a dream, and I'm still recovering from my first major heart attack. Maybe that's why I feel so tired. It feels almost as if I've lived the entire last few months of my life in the space of minutes. Bad ending, yeah! The weight of my eyelids closes my eyes, my physical and mental exhaustion letting me offer no resistance. Unintelligible mumbling from ahead of the bed stirs me out of my sleep. With my eyes still closed, I can focus and make out someone, presumably a nurse, bidding farewell to a doctor. As I open my eyes, I notice the door closing in my peripheral vision. The doctor stands reading some notes off a clipboard held in his hand, carefully looking over the pages. After consulting his obviously very important documents, he looks up and notices my gaze. It's now that I notice something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Ah, I see you're awake, Mr. Nakai. His quick glance to my bed end to verify my name shows that his documents obviously didn't have it written on them. I must admit this is a bit unfortunate. Your parents visited just earlier while you were asleep. I can notify them you're awake now if you'd like. Thanks, that would be good. I give a somewhat dazed reply, most likely the one he'd expect, before really thinking about what I'm saying. Not a problem. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll be happy to answer them. That is, unless you prefer to rest. The anesthetic is still going to be affecting you a bit, I'm afraid. The anesthetic, of course. That'd be why I felt so strange the first time I woke up. I slowly shake my head, not wanting to dislodge any pipes or cause myself any more discomfort than necessary. The doctor politely puts down his clipboard in response. I guess my main question is, what exactly happened? To put it simply, you've unfortunately had another heart attack. While not as severe as your first, you were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. After being stabilized, you were taken to the operating room. What followed was keyhole surgery in order to insert a temporary pacemaker. All in all, the incident happened 2 days ago, with emergency treatment being carried out very soon afterward. Since then, we've kept you under close observation while you were asleep. Will I be alright? Are there any lasting problems? Compared to the procedure carried out for your first heart attack, this was relatively minor. While you will have to undergo surgery once more in a few days time to remove the pacemaker, assuming there are no complications, there should be no lasting implications. He continues talking, the subject shifting to a repetition of facts about arrhythmia and my medications that I already know for the most part. I start to nod and feign interest while my mind drifts. I begin to think about how perfectly hung the inoffensive painting hanging on the wall behind your shoulder is, and how neat and sterile the surroundings are, even including the doctor himself. If my mumbling bores you, you are quite welcome to say so, Mr. Nakai. Lord knows I lose track of myself sometimes. He gives a short chuckle at his self-deprecating joke as I grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out.
The doctor's chuckle sounds different from that of the nurse at Yamaku, though. Come to think of it. As I ponder why, I realize why the man in front of me feels just that little bit off. His smile is neat and sterile. He delivers his little joke perfectly with a customary inoffensive chuckle. It is like, rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag pinned to his lab coat, I'm merely interacting with an actor reading off a pre-rehearsed script, every action having been choreographed beforehand. I suppose he has to be this way, though, being a doctor. He has to keep his neat and sterile smile while chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading through her body, when reassuring the woman who will surely die from childbirth, and with every other terminally and critically ill patient. That little bit of distance, that little bit of aloofness, makes me wonder if I've been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition, far from being adopted only by people in his profession. After all, the one I loved kept that same distance from others herself. Looking up to the doctor again, I realize I've been in thought with my head bowed for some time. I understand you must still be tired. You've been through a lot, and as I mentioned before, the anesthetic would still be affecting you. If you don't mind, I'll let you get some rest and tell your parents you've woken up for you. I think that would be good, thank you. He gives a curt nod before picking up his clipboard and making his way to the large white door in the corner of the room, closing it behind him with a thud. In the end, I'm alone again. Lily's gone, Akira's gone, Hanako would be traveling, and even my parents have already left the hospital. 4 pale peach walls, 1 white ceiling, and a single open window to look out towards the world outside. It's hard to think of the future when the past is crowded around you, claustrophobic in its neat, sterile, starchy, bleach-smelling grip. Lost for what to do or focus on, I content myself with sleeping the time away as if this were all just another dream like Yamaku had been. White. A sterile, clean white for a sterile, clean room. My eyes open and I simply stare at the ceiling for some time. It's about as interesting as the television would be, mounted in its metal rack hanging off the ceiling ahead of the bed. Indeed, the television saw its entire use during the time my parents were here, left on quietly as they waited for me to wake. It was about as banal as it had been for the first time I ended up in the hospital. Earlier today, an attending nurse had offered to turn off the EKG speakers. I refused simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. It's almost comforting, in a way. The metronome-like regularity gives at least some feeling that time is moving, even in a place such as this. After some time of listening to its beeping while I fully awaken, though, I realize there's another sound in the room. Concentrating all my efforts on listening, a task made rather easy by the lack of distractions, a tiny, tinny melody can be heard. Light and quiet, the music sounds almost fragile as it's dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Tilting my head just slightly to the side in an effort to see the source of the melody, without dislodging any of the sensors and pipes stuck onto me, I notice a little wooden box sitting on the nightstand next to the bed. My mouth opens just slightly while I silently watch the tiny yellow metal drum slowly rotate inside, the little bumps on its surface gradually moving in and out of sight. This music box, it's the one I gave. The creaking of the door breaks me out of my reverie, my head and heart remaining still as my eyes turn to see who comes through. Long tan skirt, peach off-the-shoulder sweater, pale, almost porcelain skin, blue clouded eyes, and long yellow hair. All I can do is stare as Lily slowly walks into the room, her fingers lightly running over her fingers lightly running over the wall for orientation, and my mind comes to a shuddering halt. Lily? She stops mid-stride, her entire body tensing. Hisao, was that you? Belle, because I'm crying. Her voice is quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were... Lily takes one tentative step forward, then another, as if she were holding herself back. Her control over her composure is for naught, though, as she finally rushes over to where I lay, as the last of her resistance falls. I'm slightly taken aback when she grabs hold of me, hunching over as tears begin to fall from her cheeks,
Since only minutes ago I thought she was on the other side of the world. After a moment of hesitation, I rest my right hand on her soft shoulder. Hisao! Lily's body trembles as her tears blot the pale green sheets, her emotions flooding through her carefully maintained exterior. With her face now closer and made easier to see for her pale skin being lit by the sunlit light from the window, I notice her cheeks being redder than they should be. It's okay, Lily, I'm okay, you don't need to... She rights herself quickly, crying forcefully stifled with both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Her prideful nature, always having been something to contend with, takes me off guard. Stop telling me not to worry about you, Hisao. Just this once, let me cry. I'm caught speechless. She waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. I swallow hard to try and settle my own emotions while she sweeps onto my bed. A strange mixture of relief and depression welling up. Lily's here. She's really here. If I couldn't feel her skin under my hand, I'd hardly believe my own eyes. My efforts weren't for nothing. My body's attempt to take away everything that was important to me once again has been foiled. But now, I don't feel as happy about it as I thought I would. Seeing her here, crying like this over me. This is the one thing I'd wanted to avoid since coming to love her. No. Even since leaving the hospital. I'm sorry, Lily. It's my fault I'm here. I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. I give a self-deprecating snort. After months of keeping myself together so nobody'd worry over me, I went and did something like this. I guess I'm pretty dumb. With a couple of sniffs and a long breath, Lily manages to pull herself together and calm down a little. Despite her red cheeks, moist eyes, and the lines of her tears still visible, she delicately wears that weak smile she seemed to so often give. You needn't blame yourself. I heard later that it happened as you were running down the road after me, right? Still. She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, returning more to her old self as the rush of emotions wears off. Why did you run after me, Hisao? I moved to respond, but noticed her face tightening. Even after I said goodbye and left Yamaku Academy.
Calm down, Hisao. You can't have sex with her yet. Actually, doing it here would be perfect.
I think doing it here right now would actually kill him. She takes a moment to steady herself, her emotions almost bubbling up once again. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Sorry? For the times when I wasn't there when you needed me. Until now, I thought you just being there would be enough. I only needed you by my side to make any day feel better.
Happy orange.
Even if my body may be like this, I want to help you, Lily.
Die in glory, comrade.
Die in glory, glorious battle, comrade. To be there when you need someone. But you always were there, Hisao. Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily? Why? I told you before, because Akira was going. And because of my family's summons to their home. Why didn't you say that you wanted to go? I'm not stubborn often, but this is the one time I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. I want you to stay here where everyone you know lives, and where all your dreams and ambitions were made. If you choose to stay, I'll never leave your side. I won't let you lose another person. When I had my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere I knew. You showed me a new life after I came to Yamaku. I'd lost my past, but you showed me a future. It's true that I haven't always been there for you. I'm unreliable. Sometimes I lied, and I thought I'd come to understand you, even when I hadn't understood myself. Be that as it may, I want to give you a future as well. I want to be there for you, to share both your burdens and your happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I know I had problems coming to put my trust in you after losing so many people I'd known after my heart attack. But that's how I know that being unable to trust others can feel awful. That's why I can't watch you just throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I would do anything to stop that. You can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you? As I said, it isn't often. My weak smile drops, though, as the IV in my arm digs in a little. It's a harsh reminder of my tether to my condition. Lily's face tenses as I let out a small gasp of pain, immediately making me wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sigh in defeat. I tried to not let anyone worry over me for the entire time since I left the hospital, but I can't even stop the one person I love most from crying over me. Even if I might finally be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I tried to reach towards something, it was just snatched away. And even now, things only turned out for the better due to luck. I guess that's something else I should apologize for. All I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I'll live anywhere near a full life. The feeling of Lily's warm, soft hand moving over my left cheek makes me lift my head up, her smile gentle and warm as she touches me. I think that is something very natural for you to say. You are always so sincere and self-conscious. You were also reserved and mild-mannered, and patient to a fault with Hanako, yet curious about everything and everyone. When I said I missed you while I was with my family, I wasn't lying or exaggerating. The thought of you was never far from my mind, and it helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused about what to do when my family summoned me. Even after I thought I had made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. I didn't confess to you out of pity, or believing that you were somehow different from what you are. I confessed because I never want to lose you, and want you to always be a part of my life, no matter what might change. You are a very beautiful person, Hisao. Your heart changes none of that, so please don't apologize for yourself anymore. For a long time, silence reigns in the room. I'm not really sure what this newly born feeling inside of me is, but it pales into insignificance as I wordlessly gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it has always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping away a single drop of moisture, that I realize this is all I've ever wanted. For what feels like the first time, I give an earnest, wide smile. As Lily feels it against her palm, she returns the gesture. More time passes before either of us says a word, neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. I know I can't promise you that I'll always be around, or that we'll be together forever. With some difficulty, I slowly lift my hand, placing it on her pale shoulder. But I think I can at least take you to next year's Tanabata Festival, to make up for making you miss this year's. Lily's expression is one of surprise, though I can't say I blame her. You remembered that? I've got a pretty good memory. Sometimes. She raises her head a little and takes her hand from my cheek, giving a small, amused giggle. I smile absent-mindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlish in its lightness. I'm not crying, you're crying! Still smiling warmly, she collects herself and stands upright with a hand resting on my chest. It feels like I'm seeing her for the first time, the sun from the window glowing behind her just as it did when I first walked into that room where she was drinking tea. Very well then, shall we make it a promise between the both of us to go to next year's Tanabata together? Fish for me crying. Even if she can't see me doing so, I nod approvingly. I promise.
Get these chopped onions out of my face.
I promise. Alright, so that was the bad ending, right? Can you see what I see? Oh my god, these achievement names! Can you see what I see? Achieve Lily's good ending. That's so funny. That was the good ending, yeah. It's not too hard. It's not super hard to get to the good endings in this. Or at least, so far it hasn't been. I think someone had said Rin's was actually kind of difficult. Or was it Hanako? Probably both, to be honest. Did you regret listening to me? What? Like, all those times you said that it was the bad ending? Because, like, I knew not to trust you.
I was such a hater before, but I get it. Nah, it's this is good. It's some good shit. It's some good shit right here. Now for staying longer for the ending. Oh. Well, it still took almost a full hour to get to the ending, but I guess that would have meant the other stream would have been awkwardly short, so it works. Well, that was fun. Brings up a box full of Jark jokes. Bring me Hanako's run. That'll be next time. That'll be next week. Hanako is so shy. She looks hard to crack. Yeah, I think I'll be able. I think I'll be able to do it though. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe some heat will open her up. I didn't expect it to be that long either, to be honest. Well, to be fair, there's still stuff. We still got stuff to do. We should finish that real quick, shall we? Akira, Lilly, and I silently sit on the grassy embankment high above the local town. The breeze gently blowing through the cloudless sky. We may be just a few minutes' walk from town, on a hill just outside its limits, but the view is entirely unexpected. Lilly sits beside me, her eyes closed as the gentle breeze flows through her hair. Oh, I have a question. Did Akira get back with her boyfriend? Because, like, I hope so if they're both still here. I don't know who this dude is, but, like, damn. Come on, let's root for Akira's boyfriend. Lilly sits beside me, her eyes closed. Oh wait, I already read that, I think. This is a nice area. Yeah, I never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaku. And I had to be the one to find it, of course. Akira's grin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her usual carefree nature. It's good that you're out of the hospital, though, Hisao. Nobody's more glad than I am. I can't stand hospitals. So, you two going back to school tomorrow? Yep. Akira chuckles in amusement before looking back out to the town below, the trees between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity we couldn't go up north for the summer holidays, or get to Tanabata. I wouldn't worry, there's always next time. You'll be graduating before the next summer vacation, won't you? Yeah, there'll still be college after that, mind. Going to the same one? Likely. We both have high enough scores to meet the entry requirements. You sound so sure. Don't worry, you're better than I in most subjects. I guess we'll work it out in due time. That's the way. Just enjoy yourselves in Yamaku while you're there. Lilly gives a sad sigh at the distinction made between Akira and the two of us. Do you really need to go back to Scotland? No! Damn it! We didn't get to save Akira. We didn't get to save Akira and her boyfriend's relationship. I'm sad. Wait, did Hisao really almost go into cardiac arrest because his crush was going to go on holiday? Oh, no, not on holiday. She was going to leave to go to Scotland for good. And he had a heart attack because he was trying to get her back. And he almost died. Yeah, the folks are already out for my blood as it is. You weren't meant to stay this long? She gives her trademark wide grin. Yes! Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. Let's go! Let's go! We got Akira and her boyfriend back together. Oh yeah! Let's go! Woohoo! That's worth celebrating. You're taking him with you? Just for a while at first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy, so I think he'll do just fine. Akira gives an amused snort. If our father had his way, I'd have gone a long while ago. I just couldn't pass up an excuse to stay with my favorite little sister a little while longer, though. She leans right and gives Lilly a tight, playful hug, cheering her up considerably. It's nice to be with you one last time, though. For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Thanks. Thanks, you two. I'll try and come back sometime. Don't worry. It's a shame that the business keeps you so busy. Place won't run itself, I'm afraid, and I think it's gonna be just the same over there. Considering that, I better get going. Have fun over... Oh, wrong voice. Have fun over there, Akira. Will do. With a slight grunt, she lifts herself with her hands and stands up, dusting herself off as she does so. Well, better be off. Plane won't wait for me after all. She has a certain unusual wistfulness in the tone of her voice, her eyes firmly planted on her sister. I'll be okay, Akira. Yeah, I know. Come now, it isn't that bad. You'll be able to see us again soon. It is strange to have Lilly reassuring and doubting Akira for once. She really has changed. Goodbye, Akira. Bye. For a second, the dark-clad figure looks down at the both of us, smiling widely, perhaps more widely than I had ever seen her do before. She lets out a long, slightly wavering breath to steady herself before leaving, but eventually slips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. And with that, she walks away, one hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you two. A jazz tune with no beat, melody, or direction to the very end. After a few moments of sitting silently, Lilly and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. Turning towards her with a broad smile, I hold out my hand. Shall we be off then? She takes my hand in hers with a gentle nod and a smile as beautiful and warm as ever. Indeed we shall, Hisao. As we set off towards the school, that wonderful smile engraves itself onto my memory. That wonderful smile that we both share. Our paths may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. Even if I could change a single thing, I wouldn't, because my past was what led me here. That's why, even with all that's happened to us before, and all that may well befall us, together we'll keep walking forwards. Forwards towards the future. Our future. Yay! Lily's route is complete. I like that. That one was cute. I do think it was kind of mean of her, you know, to plan on leaving to go to Scotland or know about the decision for a while and just not mentioning it to us for so long. That wasn't very nice of you, Lilly, but it worked out in the end, so I'm okay with that. Hand-holding, how lewd! So next time, we got Hanako. We get to start Hanako. How dare you throw Angie like that? Next time, we have Hanako, and I need to start getting, I need to get the commission started for the run after Hanako. I need to make a new thumbnail for that. To be honest, the reason why she didn't say it is because even herself, she was doubting her own choice. I mean, no, I get why. I get why she didn't tell us, but it was kind of a dick move. Get a fireplace. Ugh, how dare you? It's like, just talk to me, Lily. Just talk to me, girl. Don't do me like this. Give her a Flareon. Why is the hat wearing a hat? Come on. You know why. I think that was some of the most reading I've done in one stream in a while. Ugh, my voice is feeling it. I hope my voice isn't dead tomorrow. That would suck. What if we just spam Flareons during Hanako? You're gonna need a lot of points to do that, because Flareon is expensive. If you did it at every available moment, right? What's the cooldown on it? Let's see. Cooldown on it is... Cooldown's 500 seconds, so about 8 minutes. So... I can't do math that fast. That's a lot of points. You need to be smarter, Ori, because your bulb looking real dim. So true. Just give us unlimited points. I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna happen. It ain't happening anytime soon, yeah, folks. Well, do I have anything else I want to add about the Lilly route? I think I might need more time to think on it, really, process everything. But I did like it. It was good. Actually, one thing I would have liked to see, they did hint a little towards it near the end, but I would like to see her relationship with Shizune get repaired just a little bit more. Maybe we'll see more of that in Shizune's route. I don't know. Who is your favorite between Emmy and Lilly? Choose wisely. If I'm gonna be entirely honest, I'm sorry, Stern. I still think I like Emmy a bit more. They're both good, though. They're both good. They're good girls, Jim. The answer is Hanako. Well, I wouldn't know yet. I haven't done Hanako route, so. Stern didn't like that one. We'll see. I think I like Hanako's route, though. I didn't see much of her in Emmy's route, but we obviously saw a lot of her in this one, and I think she'll have a fun route. Alright, I'll pay for a hit on you. So you would try. That's Lilly route. I really liked it. It was still good. I still really like this game. During the Left 4 Dead 2 stream, I mean. Okay. Emmy may have been cold towards us, but at least she didn't try to head to Scotland without us. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why I like Emmy's route a little bit more than Lily's is the ending to Lily's route is a little weird. It doesn't like Emmy's route is something that I could reasonably see actually happening, but Lily's route is just so out there. It's like, oh, they're leaving for Scotland, and Hisao just runs out there, almost dies, happens to stop Lilly in her tracks, everything just happens to work out. It's a little weird, all things considered. Also, I would probably have to reread it to really. Someone collapsing like him would cause a commotion. I mean, it did too, and the fact that Lilly would hear it, and I mean, yeah, obviously she did, and she would have heard it like really, probably pretty quickly too. Though I guess, and Akira as well. Akira would naturally be curious towards that sort of thing, and would at least look over there and investigate. Be like, what's going on over there? And then she would hopefully see that, oh, look at that, it's your boyfriend dying on the ground. So, I don't know. It just seemed a little weird. Also, yeah, I would have to probably revisit, but I think they don't really hint. I never really got the impression from Lilly that she was like debating something like that in her head, like figuring out should I go to Scotland or not. And I mean, kind of her hiding it was kind of the point, but it just makes the reveal come so suddenly, you know. In Emmy's route, you can kind of tell, you kind of already know what's wrong, and you can kind of tell how it's eating away at her throughout the entire route, so it has time to build. You have time to understand it. There was multiple hints already. Which ones? Which one did I... Playing this over the course of weeks makes you forget a few things. You need to replay it once usually to notice. Yeah, that sounds about right. They are very subtle, which I guess makes sense. Lilly would be good at hiding that. It's okay, it is what it is. I don't really mind that they actually hit it, but it does make the announcement of it come sudden rather abruptly. And now that I think about it, I think the announcement, between the announcement of it and the good ending, there's like, I don't think there was like any dialogue choices. How do you mess up Lily's route, to be honest? How do you not get the good ending? You literally just have to never talk to her about anything. And then you just get the bad endings. That seems to be it. It's how his bricks for brains and doesn't notice the missing father in Emmy's route. That is true. You've got a point there. He's supposed to be pretty intelligent, but at the same time, doesn't draw the very obvious conclusion that it doesn't take it takes him until like Act 4 before he actually like really starts to figure it out. You have to not talk about anything related to Sal once and you get the bad ending. So you literally, if you just never open up to Lilly, you get the bad ending. And I think there's neutral endings too, so I guess if you just... Oh, just once. So you just need to not talk... You just need to not open up about literally anything and you get the bad ending. That's kind of weird. Not surprising though. Wait a second, isn't there a moment in Act 1 where you have a choice to talk about yourself, or am I No, I think it might be at the beginning of Act 2. So you theoretically have the ability to get down the bad route really early on. That's kind of sad, kind of funny. I just realized that Sal wanted to be a science teacher. I'm scared for his future students. I'll be honest, I'm not. He does do some stupid things sometimes, but he's still a kid. He'll grow, he'll learn. You need to not open about something just once you're on the bad ending. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Isn't there one of those like really early on? And you're on the bad ending or neutral ending? There's no bad ending. Oh, okay. He's socially dumb, not scientifically dumb. He's not that socially dumb, to be honest. He's just young, that's all. Which, I mean, I guess that kind of goes hand in hand with him being dumb, socially dumb, because kids are just like that. But he learns. He's not that bad, is what I'm saying. There's one choice per act, so you just gotta make 4 right calls, which are like really easy right calls to make. Yeah, so Emmy's route, pretty easy. Emmy's route is quite simply, if you obsess over her, you get the bad ending. Lily's route is, if you don't open up, you get the bad ending. So what would Hanako's? And obviously don't tell me, but I suspect, my bet, I don't know what any of the dialogue options are going to be like for Hanako's route, but I suspect, my theory is that pushing Hanako too much early on might get you the bad ending, but at some point you do have to also encourage her. That's what I'm thinking, though. That's what I'm thinking. Hanako has a good bad at neutral ending. Yeah, it sounds like she's probably gonna have quite a few decisions. Because Hanako is very passive herself. He might have to make Hisao might have to make decisions. More decisions more often, you know? Well, don't be chat with a lot of fire jokes and burns will scare her away. Oh my god, she would hate you so fast. She would hate you at literally a single one of your burn jokes. She would just, that's it. She's never talking to you again. Don't any of you ever talk to Hanako. I've known Hanako for 5 minutes. But if anything happens to her, I'd kill everyone in this room. And that's it. Alright. Well, speaking of Left 4 Dead 2, someone meant... Ren is the most complex route, by the way. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that. That doesn't surprise me. She's definitely the weirdest. I think we're gonna do Hanako, Shizune, and then we'll end with a Rin. I think that makes sense. Shizune has just one choice to get on the bad ending. Wow, that's kind of funny. I mean, you shouldn't have told me that. That's kind of spoiler territory. So, bad Stern. But I'm not worried about getting Shizune's ending. I'm pretty sure I can get Shizune's good ending. She's shown up enough in every other round. I've got a good idea of what she's like. Alright, anyway, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. Left 4 Dead 2! Are you sure about that? Not really, I just wanted to say it. Left 4 Dead 2, we got the Curse of Lazar Castle with, the Squad Friday. Should be fun. Make sure you stop by. It'll be a good one. It'll be a good one for sure. For sure. For real. For sure. Alright. I'm not... it's getting late for me. I gotta get out of here. I'll catch you all Friday. See you around. Bye-bye.